as the biggest selling female recording artist ever. We've got the details coming up in Pop Start. Today, Thursday, October 26th, 2023.
Visiting from Savannah, Georgia. At the Today Show.
On a mother-daughter trip from Kirkland, Washington.
Sending love to my grandparents in Port Republic, Maryland.
From Madison, Wisconsin.
On a girls' trip to New York.
Celebrating my 13th birthday.
Today's our 10th anniversary.
Hi to my husband and 4 kids back in Logan, Utah.
We love you.
From Wabash, Indiana.
Celebrating Lori's retirement.
After 33 years of teaching.
We are back. Live look at Perry County, Kentucky, where Jennifer Garner and Cynthia McFadden have reunited with some of their pals. Save the Children Ambassador Jennifer Garner is in a community that's working hard to recover from those devastating floods. So lots to cheer about.
What do you say we shine some light?
Yes.
Let's do it. Let's shine some light on a community in Kentucky still on the road to recovery more than a year after some historic flooding.
Yeah, it swept through Perry County. It's set in the foothills of Appalachia. It destroyed homes, businesses, schools, and many have still not been rebuilt.
I hope you noticed that QR code we've got is right there on the side of your screen. You can scan it if you want to learn more about the organizations that are in this area helping out, including Save the Children. And NBC's Cynthia McFadden is on the ground with Save the Children this morning, and it's Ambassador Jennifer Garner to share more about what work that they're doing to improve the lives of children. Hi, Cynthia. Good morning.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm here with Jennifer Garner, a longtime Save the Children board member. Now, yesterday we returned to this community that we'd visited about a year ago. They lost so much, but especially the kids, and so we came back to see how they're doing.
It just takes your breath away.
This used to be the site of the Robinson Elementary School.
This means childhood to so many generations of kids, and it's just gone. It's rubble.
Last year, Jennifer Garner and I got a look inside after devastating flash flooding brought 8 feet of water crashing into the building.
Wow.
The school and its beloved library were completely destroyed.
My little elementary school library totally shaped my life.
This was the school's library before the flooding, created in part by Save the Children. This is now the library, a rolling cart pushed through the halls of a makeshift building.
Hey, guys.
Librarian Antoinette Vermillion navigates through crowded hallways where more than 500 students from Robinson and Buckhorn, another flood-damaged school, have been crammed together for more than a year. In a place where 1 in 3 children lives below the poverty line and books can be hard to come by, the loss of the library was devastating.
It was their escape. It's what I call the heart of the school.
The heart of the school.
It was all taken away.
But you go on.
Yep, like we always do.
You know, I think sometimes people who don't live in rural America see the challenges but not the strength.
Right. The children are resilient.
But that doesn't mean they aren't hurting. The kids here didn't just lose their school. More than 100 of them had to flee their homes. It's pain that hasn't gone away.
The first time that it rained here, it was very chaotic, I'm not going to lie. We had kids crying, screaming, wanting to call their moms. It just brings back everything from that night.
Michelle Stacy is a learning specialist at Robinson.
What percentage of the kids went through trauma?
I would say 100% of these kids are traumatized because they lost their school.
You can't learn if you're traumatized, right?
We get stressed out sometimes, don't we, baby?
Which is why she agreed to help pioneer a Save the Children program called Bridges, designed to give kids a safe place to process their feelings. We saw it in action.
Brave and strong, brave and strong. They need to be able to say, I'm not doing okay.
This week, a special visitor.
And on this farm, he had a dragon. A rabbit. Oh, a rabbit. Okay, all right. E-I-E-I-O.
Garner says she was delighted by what she saw.
There's a lot of trauma just in growing up below the poverty line. And if you can name it, then you can heal and you can be resilient and move on. And it's amazing. It's amazing to watch in action.
You've talked about how libraries changed your life. Mm-hmm. And now seeing that the library is this little push cart. Mm-hmm. That hurts your heart, I know.
Children's libraries are some of the most important places in our country. But you know what? A push cart is better than nothing. A push cart with an amazing librarian like we met today, who's prioritizing reading, who's showing the kids that it matters enough that she will push a cart around to make sure they have some books. They're on their way back.
Is there one moment from today that you'll take home with you?
The kids' faces turned when we started talking about the floods. They wanted me to know how scary it was, what it was like to lose their school, what it was like to lose their homes, where their family went.
Between the pandemic and the flooding, these third graders have never had a normal school year. It's a real worry for Principal Jamie Fugit.
We have some students that are not reading on grade level. We're working one-on-one with them 30 minutes a day for 5 days a week. We may lose a couple battles, but we're winning some too.
But while these students wait for a new school and a new library, one thing there's no shortage of: love. Hugs are everywhere.
There's magic that goes on in these small town schools. I know 100% of our students. I know 99% of my parents. And these staff members, they really work hard.
These children, they need every right to succeed just like everyone else does. And so the books matter. And the library matters. The library matters.
They sure do. Savannah, back to you.
We're so touched by this, and Jen, I know you in particular from West Virginia, you have such a heart for this part of the country. You've done amazing work with Save the Children. Being with those kids yesterday, what's your takeaway?
My takeaway is really that resilience comes from the doing. It comes from the putting one foot in front of the other. It comes from figuring things out and acting on it. But it also can't happen in a vacuum. Sometimes you need community to wrap themselves around you. And boy, this community is strong. The teachers are amazing. The leadership's incredible. And Save the Children is really proud to be an ongoing, ever steady presence in this community. And I'm proud of what they've all accomplished together.
Yeah, it's completely beautiful. And I know that you guys have got a little something up your sleeve, a few surprises for the kids this morning.
We certainly do.
We do.
Well, so the Today Show reached out and shared the incredible stories of these kids with the folks at Scholastic. And Scholastic was so touched they wanted to help. Jen, you want to do the honors?
Okay. Yes. All right. They wanted to do something special for the students joining us live this morning from Robinson Elementary and Buckhorn. So I'm going to have the students and the teachers help me with a little reveal. They don't know this surprise. Okay, ready? All right. Guys, are you ready? Yeah. Let's count down. Ready? 3, 2, 1. New Books!
They got it all right.
They got it. Scholastic is donating 500 books here so that each child can take home a few of their very own today.
Wow. Okay, the teachers.
Not only that, bags are going to every teacher filled with books for their classrooms and for them. And while the students start picking out some good reads to take home, we want to bring in our librarian.
Yes, you met her in the P's. Antoinette is here. Antoinette Vermillion, come on in. You know, stand right in here, Virginia.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not going to cry, are you?
No, hopefully not.
Okay. So what does it mean to these kids to take home books?
It means a lot. You know, I mean, they're replenishing their libraries because they lost. You know, they lost a lot of books. They lost a lot in the flood. So this is a good thing.
Well, that's not
all. Okay, Scholastic wanted to help not just the students here with us, but both schools as a whole. Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. They are pledging to donate 5,000 books to Robinson and 5,000 books to Buckhorn's future libraries to help replenish what was lost in the flooding.
Awesome.
So 10,000 books.
That's
Can you
amazing.
hold all 10,000 of those in
We'll
your
make sure that
cart?
we can. No, not in my cart. No, definitely not. But we'll make sure that we have a place for them. They have a home on the shelf.
Well,
great.
I have a feeling there are going to be some happy tears.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Most definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Wow.
Good work.
Thank you so much. Absolutely beautiful.
Kids running to get their books.
I don't know if Antoinette can hear us, Cynthia and Jen, but just have her say something about what reading means to these kids. For them to hold a brand new book and bring it home, the pride that they'll have and the excitement they would have.
It means a lot. They love to read. They enjoy it. They get excited when I push the card in and they get to choose a book. So this will help out even more.
Yes.
For them to even
and a
have
lot
them
of these
at
kids
home.
don't have books at home.
Yeah, a lot of them don't have books, so this will help.
Wow. Well, that was.
It's a free book fair.
Yes, yes.
Who
We
doesn't
just
love a book
just
fair?
say to you, Antoinette, this beautiful work that you're doing. We see you this morning. The whole country sees you out there every day pushing your cart, and you might think, what does it matter? Well, it matters.
Yep.
It's inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's so cool.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Jen.
Cynthia.
Yeah.
That was
I
beautiful.
mean, imagine at that age too, books are like they're like portals. They're like,
Yes.
they're like secret doors
Yeah.
Yes.
that they can go through when times are tough to escape. You know, like during the flooding, and
Yeah.
that they're more. It's more than just books
Yes.
reading for a kid.
Yes.
Right, it opens up whole new worlds. I mean, my library was my sanctuary.
And it's also, you know, when kids read a book, they learn 15 lessons that they don't even know they're learning. They like see themselves in that book and think, that kid got through it. I can get through my thing. But that was beautiful. Jenny's always doing incredible work.
And has been
Yeah.
with Save the Children for years, doing
Yes.
God's work all over this country.
And a lot of it you don't even know about.
No, that's true.
Well, we got to thank our sponsors, Scholastic,
Yes.
for doing that, because they really showed up for the people of Perry County, and that recovery is ongoing. We mentioned that QR code, so you can click on it. Put your camera up against it, and it'll go to today.com, and there's some incredible organizations that are helping with all kinds of recovery. It's important to remember. Cool.
Yeah. And we should mention, by the way, that Jen and Cynthia, they're not done just yet. They're going to come back in the third hour with a little bit more as well.
Now to a beloved and important Halloween tradition. Over the last 70 years, Trick or Treat for UNICEF has raised more than $195 million for kids worldwide. And joining us is the president and CEO of UNICEF, Michael J. Nineheis. Michael, good to see you.
Hey, great. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, happy to be here.
So this year, it seems like even more than ever, we need Trick or Treat for UNICEF.
We do. We have more kids in crisis around the world than we've ever had, more kids displaced from their homes than ever before in history. But at the same time, we're doing so much good work to deliver great services to them, and we just need more resources to do it. And Trick or Treat is a chance for people to put some meaning in their Halloweening.
And so the meaning in their Halloweening,
Yes.
I like that. So this year, how do people go about this and donating to Trick or Treat for
Sure.
UNICEF?
Well, we have a completely digital experience for Trick or Treat this year. You can go to trickortreat.unicef.org and get social media tools and fundraising tools, and take your Halloween party, take your trick or treat in the neighborhood, and raise awareness for the needs of kids around the world, and raise some money for it too.
Well, we're excited about that. Michael J. Ninehouse, thank you so much.
Thanks for having
Trick or
us.
Treat for UNICEF. To learn more about it, we encourage you to check out our website at today.com. Mr. Daly.
His name's London.
Well, excuse me, I was just talking to our British foreign exchange students. Is that what's happening back here? They're from the London area. My daughter's name is London. I'm very familiar with where you're from. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good time. Coming up next on Pop Start, the new dance craze that's blowing up on TikTok, and it'll force you to ask the question, Would your partner pass the Beckham test? We'll explain all about it coming up on Pop Start. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Dance with me, Allie. Come on, girl. All right. It is 45 with Love Your Mornings. Our Today contributor and our good friend Allie Love is here this morning. She's going to help us something called Remove and Replace. So we're going to do simple swaps so you can streamline, simplify your life, and feel better and feel healthier. Allie, these are things that are doable, little things, because sometimes big steps aren't easy.
Yes, I'm passionate about the economy of energy.
Okay.
Meaning we do some habits and put them into our everyday life. What ends up happening, we have time to do the things we love.
Okay.
First up, how many times have you carried loads of shoes? We have a comfortable shoe, and then we have a presentation shoe, a heel and a flat.
Right, you have a flat to walk around the city in.
Exactly. So what we want to do is we want to remove the fact of carrying multiple shoes and replace it with one. We have Passion Footwear. We have our model, Julie, here. It's going to show us how it goes.
Julie?
Julia.
Julia. So
yes.
what's happening with
you
these?
have a heel, and basically it turns into a flat. You click it, and it comes off. Yes.
Wait.
So now she has a heel, and this is about to turn. She's taking it off, and it's going to go ahead, take it off, take it off. Yeah, and it's going to turn into a flat. Look at that. So instead of carrying multiple shoes around, you're going to go ahead and have one shoe that does multiple things. That's what we want to do. We want to remove the carrying of multiple shoes and replace it.
Got that.
With
all
just
right,
one
that's
shoe.
good.
Look at that. That's a great, I will say, Passion Footwear, that is a great design.
Julia, great job.
Yeah,
okay,
you
so
nailed it. All right.
ordering out is something that we do because we feel like it saves us time, and you're like, the food is fine, but what do you say?
Especially when it comes to lunch. Most of us spend a lot of time in the middle of the day figuring out, what do I want to eat? Sometimes we kind of like choose the unhealthy option. Here, what we want to do is a stitch in time saves 9.
Okay.
We want to go ahead and prep our meals. We want to prep our lunch. We have some fajitas here, protein and vegetables.
Yummy.
And we prep these because they're healthy. We know we love them.
We know we love them.
And guess what? You get more time back in lunch to actually just relax and take a beat for yourself.
Okay, I
That's
like
important,
that.
Right?
Yeah, so you got a healthy meal and you saves time.
Yes. All right, Hoda, now this one, some of you folks don't turn off just yet, okay? We're going to talk about stairs. We're going to remove the stairs. I know I might have lost some of you, but hear me out.
Okay,
we're removing the elevators, actually. We're removing the elevators, and we are going to replace them with stairs. Now, the reason for that is you're getting an everyday workout, and more importantly, you can have rules that work for you. What do I mean by that? Well, if you're going anywhere between the bottom and the 5th floor, maybe use the stairs, okay? Maybe it's the 3rd floor, maybe it's the 1st floor. But you figure out what works for you, this is a healthy option. Remove the elevator, replace with stairs, once in a while.
Gabby Giffords, who is the senator from Arizona, the congresswoman from Arizona who was shot, was here. And she has trouble with motor skills. And we asked, do you want the elevator? And you know what she said? always the
stairs.
She
Yes.
walked up, and we thought, if she's doing it, we
can do it.
All right,
Exactly.
let's get rid of self-talk and let's love ourselves.
You love this. I love this. We are removing negativity.
Okay.
We are replacing it with positivity. How do we do that? Well, we're making sure that our Post-it notes, we talk about this all the time, whether they're at our locker, on our desk, or in front of us.
On your Instagram.
On your
You
Instagram.
have good ones.
I have a ton
Yes.
of them to remind you of who you are, how great you are, how well you're doing.
Yes.
You can put it as a screensaver on your phone. So when you use your phone as often as you do, you're seeing those positive words. And then, of course, our girlfriend group, we can make sure that we have a group just to send positive information.
Love
so
it.
remove the negativity,
All right.
replace it with positivity.
So our hair, we know that heat and hair go together, but you say no.
I say no. Remove the compound effect of heat on our hair. For many of us that use a flat iron or the curling iron, what we want to do is replace them with these heatless curling sets. So you can go to sleep in them. You can put them in your hair. Yeah, they're comfortable. You see this on TikTok, on Instagram.
Okay,
you put them
so
in your
you
hair
put
for a
it
period
in,
of time.
you wake up, and they're
look
soft.
at you. You look great.
And there
Imagine
you are.
going to bed and waking up with a new do, honey. She's doing it.
All right, it just takes the stress off your hair, which is one
Exactly.
less thing that you have to worry about.
Hair is a part of your body. You want it to be healthy. I've been waiting for
Lastly,
this one.
give it to me.
I gotta
What
tell you
are we
right
talking
away,
about?
okay? I am guilty of this one. We need to remove the fact that we don't eat breakfast anymore. We need to replace it with eating breakfast. And the way to do that is to adopt it to our busy schedule, making sure that you cook in advance, similar to the fajitas. You cook it in advance, you pack it in the fridge, and then you go ahead and grab it out, cut it in squares. You feed your family, your friends. You can put it in your bag. You can eat it hot,
snack,
cold.
you can do for
This
anything.
is an egg casserole, and we should dig in. So all of these simple habits, the economy of energy and time, they're healthy, and they make you a better person.
You're right. A bowl of cereal on the go is going to make you feel terrible. This is awesome. Allie, thank you. We want to mention you can join our Start Today. We have more than 500,000 people on that. Just scan the QR code, get our newsletter. It'll go right to your inbox. Allie, thank you so much. Great tips. So good. Savannah, over to you.
All right, just chatting here with Elena. We're like discussing this recipe. I'm like, a lot of oil in that. And we're going to learn everything, actually. She's going to tell us how to take a grocery store staple, a single rotisserie chicken, and turn it into three fun and delicious weeknight meals. How about that? But first, this is Today on NBC.
Welcome back. This morning on Today Table, we're making 3 easy and exciting weeknight meals out of just one grocery store staple, and we're talking about the rotisserie chicken.
Yeah, Elena Besser is here. She's chef and host of the new Today All Day series, Head of the Table. And to cook her recipes, just scan the QR code to get all the ingredients. Elena, good morning.
Good morning.
Rotisserie chicken, so you can just buy it store-bought. It's done.
Exactly, it's done, and we're just adding a little pizzazz, and I'm happy to be here. We're ladies who lunch today, so I'm going to show you some options that you can have for lunch or dinner, and we're starting with some squash.
Okay.
So I know even if you aren't a huge squash fan,
I'm
my
prepared
husband
to
isn't
become a
huge squash
believer.
fan either, but it's
Okay.
okay.
Do you like
these
squash? I think it's okay, but is this the healthier option of the 3?
This is the healthier option
Okay.
of the 3. We're
Okay.
going to get a little saucier
Okay,
in a
good.
second, but this is a delicious delicata squash. It's very delicate. It's called delicata because the skin you can actually eat. You don't have to peel it, which is why I like it. It makes it easier. These are just some spices that are in a typical taco seasoning.
Okay.
If you want, you can just buy a taco seasoning
Dump it
packet
in.
and dump
Like
that
it.
on in. We're giving it a little bit of olive oil because because that is going to add a lot of flavor and it's going to allow it to get a nice crisp brown. So we're tossing it up in a bowl. You're going to hit it with a little bit of salt. Pop that in the oven, get it nice and crispy. You can use any squash here. You could use butternut squash, this delicata, anything you want. So on here we have, oh no, I'm adding a couple things. Babe.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine, but I appreciate you helping me. So we've got lemon zest, avocado. We're making a little avocado puree. We got our garlic cloves. We've got some honey, because you got to add a little pop of sweetness. You could do maple syrup here. Cilantro. We got chives, and then lime juice.
So what is this going to be?
This is going to end up being an amazing avocado spread. This is the classic. It's like, how do we, I'm still trying to figure it out. Turn it on. Just let it do its thing, work its magic.
That's what it turns
and
into?
It turns into this beautiful spread.
That
Look
looks
it.
gorgeous.
So you can just add this to the bottom of your plate, get creative, chef it up if you want. You'll add your rotisserie chicken breast. If you like the dark meat, that's totally fine too. You can add that. We've got our little squash segments here.
So squash is nice with
and
the
it's
avocado
just
mash.
a nice little avocado squash moment. Garnish and scallion. We got, and here we go.
By the way,
boom.
that squash is delish.
Oh, thanks. I'm happy you like
Very
it.
good.
Okay, another thing that is one of my favorite things are some nachos. You gotta love nachos. So we're doing a quick pickled onion. This is a great tip. We just have sugar. We got some salt. We add in our vinegar.
Is that how you pickle?
This is how you do a quick pickle.
I didn't know
Put
that.
a little bit of warm water on it
Just
to fill it
regular
up.
old vinegar?
That's it. That's all you need. Distilled vinegar. Shaky, shaky.
How long does that sit?
And this should just sit for like about 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes.
On the counter or the fridge?
Anywhere.
Okay.
Anywhere you want.
All right.
And then we're making some nachos here. So what I like to do is I'll chop up that rotisserie chicken. We'll add it on, we'll add cheese, we got beans. Then we're going to add another layer of chips. We like to layer the chips here, so there's nothing worse than having—
Are you baking this?
We're baking it. We're putting it into a preheated oven. There's nothing worse than having nachos where all the toppings are right there.
True.
And then when they're done, we give all these amazing garnishes, any of your choice.
What's this stuff?
This is a cilantro lime crema. So it's just like Greek yogurt or sour cream mixed with herbs. Okay, this is my favorite tip for rotisserie chicken.
Nachos, but we're moving. Okay.
Put your rotisserie chicken in a mixer or with a hand mixer, and look, it's shredding it up.
Wait, I thought you had to use 2 forks and spend 20 minutes.
Right, exactly. Here, look, that happened in
with the whisker.
seconds,
The whisker,
right?
okay.
And then we have all this chicken. We're making a homemade barbecue sauce. We got hot sauce, Dijon, all sorts of things that make a barbecue sauce here. I'm going to spare you the details because I want you guys to taste them. We make this, bubble it all up. And if you want, you could also use store-bought
Hard 30
barbecue.
seconds, okay.
Hard 30 seconds.
You put
and
the
then,
coleslaw on the sandwich?
Yes, of course. So we mix this with our delicious barbecue sauce. We add it to your favorite bun, and then we make a little coleslaw. Pop that on top, and you've got a delicious barbecue.
You know what I would do?
Sando.
I put one of these nachos on that too.
By the way, this is a 10.
Elena,
This is a 10.
Go to today.com/todaytable. All of this, and we're money from the links. Okay, bye.
This is
We're back
so
after
good.
this. After
Yes,
this.
so
Ladies and lunch,
good.
yum. So good. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, now boarding. United Airlines rolling out their new boarding procedures today, saying that they'll get us on the plane faster, what we need to know, and why it could change where we choose to sit. Plus, Hollywood star Jennifer Garner helping us pull off a special surprise for a school filled with incredible students and teachers. Then later, we're going in boss mode. In Start Today, our buddy Allie Love here sharing the results of her month-long Boss October Challenge. And in Shop All Day, our teams hand-picked items for beauty, fashion, and more from head to toe. You're going to love them. Today, Thursday, October 26th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Al, along with Dylan, our good buddy Jacob Silberoff.
Hello.
Craig is off on assignment. Chanel is off. We want to thank you for being with us on a Thursday morning, and we got a pretty good show for you. We're going to start with Wilma!
That's what United Airlines calls its new boarding procedures. The company is rolling them out today. The plan here, it's supposed to eliminate the chaos at the gate when it's time to board the plane. Will that happen? I don't think that will ever happen. Tom Costello is live at Reagan National Airport to tell us how this whole system works. I have my gripes about it, Tom, but we'll let you break it down.
Yeah, wouldn't you know, Roker would steal my line. I was going to do the Fred Flintstone Wilma line, right?
I'm sorry.
This is the time of year when this starts to matter, right? They're boarding Chicago right now. But we are weeks away from that very busy Thanksgiving travel season, then the holidays in December. It's going to get bad in terms of the weather. Lots of people, lots of coats, lots of carry-ons, everybody competing for that overhead bin space. And so United's plan, Wilma! It happens year-round. Packed airports and planes, long lines, and a boarding process that takes forever as the clock ticks down to an on-time departure.
Always the biggest challenge is getting on and off. It just takes so long.
You are allowed 2 items you can bring on board.
But this morning, United is trying a new approach to speed things along in economy. And it's got a lot of folks talking.
I know that something does have to give because the way the boarding is not great.
It's not efficient.
Okay.
They call it Wilma, boarding windows first, then middle seats, then aisles.
Thank you. Thank you for being a 1K.
Business class, pre-boarding and priority passengers still go first, and entire families can board together if somebody's got the window seat. Then Wilma kicks in.
And by doing this, we're saving 2 minutes.
2 minutes off of each flight.
2 minutes off of each flight.
Linda Jojo is United's Chief Customer Service Officer. 2 minutes is all you're saving, but that adds up.
It sure does add up.
Because airlines usually have just 45 minutes from the moment a plane arrives till it must leave again. 2 minutes may not seem like a lot to you, but going into the winter when storms can cause airlines to run behind schedule, 2 minutes could make a big difference.
If I can get on first, I would do that.
And your carry-ons first.
Yes, that's a big thing to be able to get on with my carry-on, that there's room for me.
Every airline has a different approach to boarding. There's the cattle call all at once, group boarding, group 1 to 99, rear to front boarding, and random zone boarding. Now United is going with Wilma.
And so if we can get 2 minutes back on this flight and 2 minutes back on the next flight, we're going to help especially those customers traveling later in the day to be closer on time.
Yeah, here's why that matters, because delays, especially during the winter, they snowball, don't they? So if you can leave 2 minutes early here and there, then hopefully by the end of the day, folks are not necessarily going to be behind the 8 ball by half an hour or an hour or whatever the case may be. By the way, they're changing the interiors of the planes, they say, so that everybody should have space in the overhead bin for their carry-ons. We'll see. We'll see how that all works out.
Believe it when we see it. Tom Costello, your plane is now boarding.
Yeah, they lie like rugs, Tom. But by the way, really like the winter snowball thing. So you made up for Wilma.
Yeah, you took that one from Al.
Okay. Snowball Express, baby. It's coming.
Thanks,
Tom.
Nicely done, Tom Costello. Now, guys, how about we go back to one of the most resilient and inspiring places in our country. 1 year ago, you remember that historic floods devastated Perry County, Kentucky.
Well, this morning, our friend Cynthia McFadden is there along with actress and Save the Children ambassador and board member Jennifer Garner. They've been sharing how the town and the kids are doing and pulled off a really special surprise.
They sure did.
Good morning to both of you guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Cynthia, let's start with you. You and Jennifer brought a few surprises with you this morning. So tell us about them and the reactions that you got from the kids.
Well, we'd been here a year ago when the flooding was so bad, and I think Jen and I both were really heartbroken to see that the library at the school that was utterly destroyed was never going to be able to be reconstituted. They lost.
The library was just a pile of trash waiting to be dealt with. It was so sad.
And I think we made a psychic pledge we were going to come back and make sure these kids were okay and that they had some books. So that's what we got to do today. We got to come back, check in on these incredible kids, and also bring a whole lot of books with us.
A whole lot of books. 5,000 books for Robinson Elementary, 5,000 books for Buckhorn. Two schools that lost their libraries, lost their schools, and are squished together into one facility.
And in addition to that, the kids you see behind us, they're allowed to take as many of these books as they want home to restart their home libraries. You know, a lot of kids didn't have many, if any, books at home before this flood, and many of them lost everything.
And as they've been walking through the line, they've been saying, can I really take this? Can I really take whatever I want? And a little boy in the front row said to me, can I start reading right away? Yes, you can. That's approved, yes.
Yeah. A good deed in a naughty world. You know, it's
so sweet. You know, give children books and they will immediately sit down and want to start reading them. So, I mean, you pulled off such a surprise today. Jennifer, what else has Save the Children been doing since you guys visited there a year ago and saw how much help they needed?
Well, Save the Children's mission in the world is to go where the need is greatest, where kids need the most, whether that means there is conflict, whether there's a climate disaster, whether there's disease, whatever it is, we go to try to safeguard children, offer them a chance at education, and make sure they have everything they need to succeed in life. And we were the first to believe in a Children's Bill of Rights. So whether that is, you know, there's so much pain in the world right now, whether that's in the Middle East, we are there. And here in the United States, the most pain in the United States happens right here in rural America. So Cynthia and I have been kind of crawling across rural America together, which has been pretty amazing. And here in Kentucky, SAVE has been here solidly since 1932. But since the flood, we did everything from just empowering the community and empowering the teachers, saying to the teachers, before you can start a classroom, here's $2,000 for you to spend on your classroom as you think you need it best. They instantly had hygiene kits, backpacks full of learning things because the kids lost everything, you know, notebooks, pencils, pens, anything, clothing, food, shoes, anything kids would need to get up and running, and anything the schools would need to be ready to accept those kids.
It's been really amazing to watch you guys over the course of the last year, as you said, make your way, Jen, across rural America. And my understanding is that yesterday you got to meet and interact with a few of the students out there before you did this big show that we got to watch this morning that was so inspiring. What'd you learn from the kids as you spend time with them and you hear their stories?
What I learned from the kids is that they are set up to succeed in life. So many of them have been in our program since they were born, and they've had home visitors come in. They've had home visitors come in week after week to check in on their parents, even during the pandemic. You know, Save the Children has a bus out here, Rosie the Readiness Bus, that would go out into the communities to take food and school supplies and check on the kids. Boots on the ground are everything, and we have those across the world and across the rural United States.
Wow, you know, we also went to Mississippi, and later on we'll have a story for Nightly News about Mississippi and what we saw there and what SAVE is doing down there. And we have a few other places we're headed after that.
Wow, that's great work you both are doing. Cynthia McFadden, Jennifer Garner, who we found out wanted to be a librarian growing up. So you have got.
I saw her glasses earlier. You got the glasses to do it, Jen.
I really did. That was my dream, to be a librarian and a children's book author, just like Beverly Cleary. She was my hero.
Beezus and Henry, I love it.
Beezus and Ramona. I was a bit of a Ramona myself.
Okay, thank you so much for your work there in Perry County, Kentucky. Everything is still ongoing there. If you'd like to learn more, just scan the QR code. It'll take you to today.com, where we've got a whole list of incredible organizations that are helping in that area and more.
So helpful. All right, coming up, our pal Allie Love is back to tell us who's the boss. Find out who crushed her Boss October Wellness Challenge. I think she might have. Then later in our series, Food for Thought, a restaurant on an important mission to make sure everyone has food in their bellies. We'll be right back. We're back now with Start Today, and there are only a few days left until the grand finale of Today contributor Allie Love's month-long Boss October Challenge. Allie joins us now to check in and see how we all showed October who's boss.
Ooh, I love that you
I like
said it
this.
that way.
We just want to throw boss in as many times as we can.
Yes,
Remind
we should.
folks who maybe missed when you were here talking about Boss October earlier.
Yes.
What is Boss October?
So Boss October is the preset before the reset, right? Before the new year, before the holidays. It's a time where you take back your power. You practice discipline, you practice willpower, you practice kindness, you amplify your fitness goals, you give up a luxury item, and you just take care of yourself. So then when we get into November and December, you can focus on the holiday festivities and everyone else.
Now, you talked about, like 100 miles?
Yes,
Okay.
actually, y'all picked how many miles.
Oh,
I
sorry.
should
Yeah,
run.
Very sorry, Allie.
We tried to be nice.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So I had 100 miles on the docket. We're around October 26th, so it's a few days, 6 days left in the month. I'm at 86.
You got it.
So I
You
only
got it.
have 14 more to go, which is easy, I will say. Easy because, guess what?
What?
I didn't run long miles every day. I did 2 miles
I
here.
noticed that.
Sure.
Yeah, and so I would say I ran most of the days. I walked 2 of the days. So my Boss October walkers, Al, that's you. I did that. I was a part of Boss October Movers with Craig. I did the working out in terms of Peloton classes, and then Boss October Runners with Chanel because she's doing something much greater.
Oh, yeah. So take it in chunks.
Yes.
Taking it in chunks and digestible
Bite size,
pieces.
yes.
Speaking of digestible.
Yes, what did you give up? What was your luxury
so
item?
That's discipline. This is willpower. I gave up meat again.
For the whole month.
I gave up meat for the whole month. Jacob, you.
I'm back on meat, so I took it up for
Yes,
you, Allie.
opposite.
Thank you very much.
You took it up for me. Good, thank you. How does it taste?
It's my pleasure. You know, it was great. It tastes very good.
So this is a dish that I felt like was my comfort food. I feel like when you give up a luxury item and you practice willpower, sometimes you can't
Thank you.
find
I will
something
definitely eat this.
that
replaces it.
Yeah, that tastes good. So this is Patsy You. Anything Thai was really good. Add tofu, loads of vegetables. You get your carbohydrates. And so this for me, I probably ate it a lot more than I should eat it. But
So did you make extra so you could pack it up?
yeah, so you can pack it and go. That's how I like to roll, baby.
Nice.
Delicious. All right, I'm quitting meat again after eating this, Allie. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
What do we got here?
Okay, so last time we were here, Dylan, you talked about practicing kindness. Although you were already a very kind person, what I decided to do.
Just not to us.
She's nice enough to me.
She's nice. You are kind.
She's amazing.
You joke
Lovely.
around, which I love.
No.
Yeah, he was the one who said
Yes, exactly.
But you practice kindness. And so what I thought I'd do is bring a little bit of kindness here to all of you. This one is the hardest one throughout the month to remind yourself of being kind to yourself. So we're going to be kind to each other. I got little gifts of kindness. This one is for Jacob.
Stop it, Allie.
Yes.
I'm only here for one day, really?
Hey, but you picked the right day.
You know what? You travel all the time. So this is a Dagny Dover travel case. And inside are some goodies to keep you healthy and ready and all set to come back.
You are a
We
kind
love when
person.
you come back,
Thank you.
right?
Thank you.
Okay, Al, this one is for you. I got you a little gift bag. Inside are seasonings.
Oh.
And I have to say,
I was spice in our life. Al.
Ooh, I love that. Look at that. I have to say, I'm a little selfish on this gift bag because when I am ready to eat meat, I got you everything to make ribs.
Yes.
So whether it's November, December, January, all of 2024, when you are ready to make ribs, my
I
friend,
am
because you
there.
cook a lot, I gave you what you need to feed me.
Thank you.
And then Dylan, you love to bake. We talked about this off the show. And everything in here, baking goods, gluten-free for your 3 boys and your husband as well.
That's
But
so
yeah,
nice
things
of
you can do
you.
with your
Look
sons.
at that, a big
Practice
thing of
kindness.
almond
Very
flour.
cool.
Almond flour, sprinkles,
And a recipe for confetti sprinkle
Yeah, and I give you
cupcakes.
recipes for
Oh, that is
everything.
so
So
good of you.
thoughtful.
Thank you.
Now, just because October's coming to an end doesn't mean you need
Doesn't
to
mean
knock
you
this
throw
off.
it out of the window.
Right.
Take 20% of the things you've done this month and incorporate it in your everyday. Maybe you work out twice a week, so you're running. Maybe you meatless Monday, so it's not forever, but it's once in a while.
All right, fine.
And again, always practice kindness to yourself and friends, and you get to wear this fantastic pin, I survived Boss October.
Oh, very nice.
Isn't that cool?
And inspiring
Love
us
that.
before it gets like really hard after the holidays.
Yes.
This is a little jump start.
Yeah,
I love
there
it.
we go.
Our preset.
Allie
Allie,
Love is
thank
the
you.
best.
All right, for more great health advice and motivation, recipes, and so much more, head to today.com/starttoday.
If I knew I was going to get, I'd come back a lot more if I knew I was going to get a gift every single time. Guys, coming up, a restaurant that is truly changing lives with every single plate. We're going to take you there in our series, Food for Thought. It's going to be a good one. Then later in Shop All Day, Adriana Brock's here. She's got some products you're going to love, including new looks for the cold weather. We'll be right back on the 3rd hour of Today. Thank you for this.
You're welcome.
This morning in Food for Thought, a restaurant that's making a true difference with every meal.
California, unfortunately, leads the nation with the highest number of people experiencing homelessness. And that often means the next meal is uncertain.
Enter a small restaurant with a big goal in Berkeley, California. NBC's Steve Patterson has their story. What's up, Mr. Patterson?
Hello, Jacob. Hey, guys. This is called the Homemade Cafe. The meals there are delicious, they're simple, and for those experiencing homelessness, they are free, served with an extra helping of support and respect. Take a look. It's just a little card pinned to the door. But for the customers and staff at the Homemade Cafe in Berkeley, California, it buys the most important meal of the day.
So they can take one off and hand it to a waiter.
The card says everybody eats, and it means just that.
Basically, we treat them just like any other customer. They just don't get a bill. No one should go hungry in this world.
Colin Doran owns the Homemade Cafe. His breakfast of eggs, potatoes, toast, and coffee is served to anyone experiencing homelessness or food insecurity. The meal comes with a seat at any open table.
When I first owned the restaurant, you know, people would come and they'd ask customers for food or panhandle. Just, you know, told them to ask me. Said, you know, you don't need to bother our customers, but we will gladly feed you.
And Colin stands by his word with the help of the community and their donations to help others. For every $5 a customer donates, another card goes on the board. Surfer Steve, how's the food?
It's great, and I am so incredibly grateful how they've helped me out in the past couple of weeks.
What does it mean for you, though, to have a place where you can just have a hot meal when times are tough?
Oh, it means everything. It really does.
The cafe has been around since 1979.
You ate here when you grew up?
I did. I had the bacon and the French toast.
Colin and his family were neighborhood regulars. He went on to college in New York and planned on becoming a lawyer, but never quite let go of what he really loved.
Does this feel like a world away from what you wanted to be?
What I thought I wanted to be, yes. Yeah. Definitely. I like food, I like the energy, I like the interactions with the people.
In 2011, he bought the neighborhood cafe and made it his own.
You've always had maybe an affinity for this place, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. It's always been sort of a fixture in the neighborhood, in the community.
Hi, guys. Hello. I think I have chocolate pancakes. Feels kind of like a family atmosphere.
It is.
Daniel was once a customer who needed to take one of those meal cards.
I lived on this street right way for like 8 years.
You lived on this street?
On this street, right here.
Now he brings home a paycheck as the cafe's dishwasher.
I came in one morning to just ask for food. And it's like, hey, brother, do you want to work? It meant a lot for me, giving me a job, waking up to say, oh, I got somewhere to go.
Fortunately, the Homemade Cafe family is tight, Colin says, because last year was nearly a recipe for disaster.
We were about this close to closing.
Financial fallout from the pandemic, inflation, and meal delivery services hit the restaurant's bottom line hard.
Take me back to when times were tough.
Yeah, the community came through. My staff agreed to take a 20% pay cut to keep us open.
Customers also led the charge for a GoFundMe account that's still turning out support so everyone eats can continue.
People ask me all the time, well, how does that affect your bottom line? How can you afford to do it? If anything, the bottom line's gotten better.
You feeding people for free has actually helped your bottom line.
Yes, it's absolutely counterintuitive to the standard capitalistic model of running a restaurant or a business. But the more free food I give out, the more people I have come in and pay.
Colin says he never expected such an outpouring of support would come with a simple breakfast.
Does that surprise you?
You know, I wish I didn't have to do it. I wish there wasn't hungry people.
Order up, please.
It's given me faith that doing the right thing, doing things that need to be done, taking care of your fellow man, whoever they may be, whatever position they're in, is the right thing to do, and it's paying off.
And again, just to reiterate, just to bring it all home, they are feeding people for free, and Colin says business is up 15% this year. He expects to give away about 5,000 meals by the end of the year. Amazing.
Doing well by doing good, huh?
Exactly.
Steve Patterson.
Good meals, too.
Right? Doesn't it look
Yeah, it
good?
looks delicious.
Peace, love, and bacon, it said on the
I
sign.
am hungry.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. Well,
Thanks,
it's pretty obviously after that story, optimism can make all the difference. And coming up in our series Life Lessons, how to remain positive even when times are tough. But first, we're going to unmask some of our Shop Today favorite products, just in time for Halloween. Third hour today, I'll be right back.
That's freaky, Adriana.
We are back with Shop All Day. Our Shop Today team has gathered fun and trendy products they absolutely love. Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock is here, and you can scan the QR code to see all of these picks. Adriana, good morning.
Hey, what's up?
This from our senior producer, Ali Markowitz.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you, Ali, because she discovered this and then it quickly became a Shop Today editor favorite. Stuff We Love is our newsletter that we send daily really cool stuff to. So sign up for it. Go to today.com. And Ali, thank you for finding this amazing snack tray because it's become our favorite thing. It's for those, I like to call it my emotional support water cup.
Man.
You know, the 40-ounce cup of water that you keep at your desk, you keep in your home.
I should do that.
And this is perfect because you could put any kind of snack, sweet, savory, you name it, and it literally rests just over the top of your cup. I was telling you guys, I keep this at my office.
There you go.
Sunday, football Sundays on the couch. Enjoy your drink.
Ali, did you buy one? If you don't, we got plenty in the studio.
We got plenty in the studio. Oh, we're going to get her one.
Yeah,
but this is such an easy thing. It's one of those things you didn't know you needed, and it's kind of nice. It's useful.
All right.
There's no water in there.
I'm putting a Cheez-It back. Sorry. The internet's going to explode. What is this? This is a...
Okay, so this is a face mask. Now, this is...
Never mind.
It's not a Halloween costume, although it can double as one if you wanted to.
Ooh, they're freezing.
Get a little
It's heavy.
Yeah, so you pop this in the freezer, and this is kind of one of the oldest beauty tricks in the book. It's a freezer. It's a beaded face mask
it's
from a
called the
brand.
Skin
Yeah,
Gym.
it's a Skin Gym because
Not to be confused with the Slim Jim.
exactly.
I just
So
ate a
what's
Slim
really
Jim
cool about
yesterday.
this? You pop it in the freezer. You put it on in the morning.
So which side goes on?
You put the fabric side on, so it doesn't
okay.
feel as harsh on your skin.
It
you-
does
is
feel
it
very
cold?
nice.
Yeah, it helps sort of depuff your skin. It soothes irritation for the
thank you.
kids
Yeah,
if they get
thank you.
boo-boos. This is
Your
kind of
head's too
nice.
big.
I worry, though, that it would
My
scare the
head's
kids.
too
It might
big.
scare them, but
Literally
listen,
too
it
big.
works because you get a full face of depuffing goodness, and it's super
smaller.
You're
affordable.
very relaxed.
Yeah.
Are you relaxed now?
Well,
They make them in different sizes.
Just lay it down when you
Our
freeze
the
it.
senior
That is
producer,
nice.
Greenie, says move along.
So wait a minute. These are fuzzy slippers? Sandals?
Yes, fuzzy sandals. So this is from a brand called Reef.
I know
They
them.
make amazing sandals. And I have these in the summertime. They came out with the Veracruz style with this faux shearling inside. It is
These
so
are comfortable.
cozy. And one of the cool things
Oh
about this
my
brand,
goodness.
guys, they make a deep heel cup, so it's really, really comfortable. And they have arch support. It's really cool. They are a little bit pricey, so we got you guys a discount, 30% off for our viewers.
These are the most comfortable things I've ever put on my feet.
They're incredible.
They're
They-
like
and they're
foam and padded.
Yeah,
and
their whole
soft.
brand, they make
You
a
want the
ton
other
of
one?
shoes.
Here.
They're great.
Yeah, so you can walk
Yeah,
around.
I know.
For men and women too.
These are
So get your
different
hands on
sizes.
Hi,
top.
everybody.
Okay,
How are
meet
you?
Alexa. She's on our Shop Today team.
Okay.
She is rocking this awesome hoodie because
sizes.
who doesn't want the comfort of your favorite blanket with a hoodie?
Oh.
Right? So this is an extra long hoodie.
Oh.
It's basically like wearing a blanket around your house.
How's
you
it
could
feel?
wear it out.
So soft.
Good.
It's so soft. Comes with the hood. It's got the pockets. So you could wear it out and about too. You don't have to keep it at home.
Look at
She's also rocking our favorite Old Navy jeans. These are, I don't know if you guys keep up with the trends, but skinny jeans are kind of out now. It's all about a relaxed fit jean, kind of like inspired by the 90s. Old Navy makes super affordable, comfortable jeans, and these are on sale right now for 30% off. And they hit right at the ankle, which is great for fall because you could show off your boots, show off your new loafers,
Your sandals.
any kind of shoe, your new faux shearling sandals, all the good things. So if you're looking for a fall wardrobe upgrade, these Old Navy jeans are it.
I like the sweater here.
Yeah, that's a really nice
Josh
sweater.
is rocking the sweater, which is a cable knit sweater from also Old Navy. And this look is kind of really in right now, that like varsity preppy vibe. I feel like it's very you, Al.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, and you could see Josh is
Don't
rocking.
let him take the sweater.
Yeah.
He's gonna steal it.
And you
right off
rock your
back.
full Carlton.
Yes. Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah, and Josh is wearing it with jeans, but you could wear it under a sport coat. You could dress it up, dress it down. Really easy and also really affordable. So
very cute.
Just
Very
some of
cool.
the stuff we love.
All right, Adriana, thank you so much.
Thank
And
you,
for
guys.
more on these products, you can scan the QR code. Go to today.com/shop.
All right, still to come, some life lessons we can all use, how to find optimism even when life gets a little bit overwhelming. And then later, singer-songwriter Jake Scott is here to perform his personal new love song about his own growing family. You can't wait for that. We'll be right back. This morning in our series, Life Lessons, the importance of staying optimistic even during tough, stressful times. Deepika Chopra is a professional psychologist who also is known as the Optimism Doctor. She's also the creator of a tool called the Things Are Looking Up deck. Good morning. It's so nice to have you here.
It's so nice to see you guys again.
And I feel like, you know, with more terrible news overnight, with multiple crises going on around the world, I tend to be optimistic. But this morning I woke up and you're kind of in a funk.
Yeah.
So how does optimism help get you over that?
I think that the important thing is to really stick with your authentic feelings. And I think that's always a surprise when people hear that coming from an optimism doctor. It's so important not to just gloss over things and think that you're going to find the silver lining right away. You know, especially during stressful times of trauma, of worry, of fear, we're human and we have to accept and validate that we are going to feel those feelings. It's what makes us human, and that's sort of the first step. So really sticking through and not putting an extra layer of shame or guilt onto your true, authentic feelings.
Can you talk about breathing techniques?
Oh, yes. Okay. One of my favorite things, because I think something that we can all, you know, when things get really tough and we are in a spiral a lot of times of panic or struggle, sometimes it's hard to change the thought. I got to be real. And so something that really helps is working on our physical body first. And so our breathing is a tool we all have. And my favorite breathing technique is the 4-7-8 breathing technique. And so it is taking in a breath for 4 full counts, holding that breath in for a count of 7, and then breathing out for a count of 8. And this breathing technique really helps to oxygenate the cells, and it actually just works to relax the entire nervous system and give ourselves a reset. And it's a scientific way to actually help calm the system, which we all need to take those moments during the day.
What's a micro moment?
Micro moments are pretty much my favorite little hack, I'd like to call them, which we all should be doing. So basically a micro moment is what it sounds like. It's a tiny moment throughout your day, and you take a bunch of those instead of sort of setting out sometimes ourselves up for failure by having, I need an hour to do this or to meditate or X, Y, and Z. None of us have that sort of time. And so it's the power of these small moments and really using them. And so a 4-7-8 breathing technique is a great way to use a micro moment. Going for a walk, just even stepping outside, listening to a piece of music, hugging a child, speaking with a friend.
Those are great.
I wanted to ask you about hopelessness, because hopelessness is a feeling I think that's come and gone for so many of us. Some people might be living with it right now. I know you feel like you can turn that feeling, those feelings, into action. How so?
I think one of the best ways to deal with hopelessness is actually to feel like you are a sense of a part of community and to partake in an act of service. And so we've heard this before, sort of doing something kind for others or partaking in an act of service. Research actually shows us that this helps with not just our own feelings and emotions and lifting, but also it obviously helps someone else. And so it's this double bonus. When you feel this sense of hopelessness, knowing that you actually can take action, especially if it's small, it has a big impact. And so just doing something kind for someone else or being part of a community, which could even be just picking up the phone and asking a friend how they're doing, to volunteering for an organization.
You talk about seeking personal connection, and social media can be just the opposite, very isolating. And then you add on to that some of the negativity you can see in that, whether it's personal or the news.
Right.
Is just disconnecting the answer?
I actually think no. I think that we all have a drive and need to know what's going on. And I don't like taking that away from people. When clients ask me all the time, they say, I was told maybe just to turn off the news. I think that, it's imperative for us to know what's going on and to be in the know. But I do think we need to have boundaries. And so something that works for me is I know that I really spiral if I am consuming what's on social media in my bed at night. So I will have a cutoff time, a couple hours before sleep. So I have boundaries. I think another piece that is so imperative with this is, we get a lot of the bad. That's just how it is. But we have to actually intentionally seek out the good. There is good news out there. There are people doing good things. And we have to expose ourselves to that as well.
And just real quickly, we all have kids here. How can you instill that optimism in young kids?
So, one of the best ways that you can instill optimism with your kids is actually by modeling. So I think we think that it's this big teaching moment, where something's going on and you have to sit down with your child and have this, I hope I did the right thing. But really what we know from research is that whatever you're doing, so if you're working on yourself and if you're working on increasing your own optimism and growth mindset, your kids are doing the same. And so they're modeling. I think one of the biggest things we can teach our kids is that our emotions are not permanent. So we want to stay away from phrases like, this will never get better. Or I will never be happy. And we want to sort of bring this idea that even the good emotions and the bad, they are not permanent, they're temporary. And so we need to instill that in our children. Things are going to get better, but also the really good moments, they don't last forever, so to really savor them.
That was really great. Thank you so much for being here.
Nice to see you. And guys, up next, we are optimistic. You are going to love this performance. Rising music star Jake Scott's here to perform his new single. It is absolutely beautiful. Here's a preview. We'll be right back on the third hour of Today.
We can go fast and take it slow, jump into the deep end.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
And welcome back. Our next guest, a rising music star who already has nearly 1 billion career streams.
Platinum certified singer-songwriter Jake Scott is making his mark on the alternative pop music scene with songs like Good Day, which I'm sure you've heard all over social media.
Now he is out with his debut full-length album, Lavender. He's here to perform for us. Jake, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Jake, so this one is much more personal, including even the title of the album, Lavender. Take us inside why this is more of a nostalgic project for you.
I mean, this whole album, I wanted it to feel like the stories that have kind of gotten me to where I am today, and then also getting current with the life I'm living now. And in writing a lot of these songs and looking back on my life and the moments that kind of got me here, it just felt very personal, very vulnerable, and also I feel very connected to the songs themselves just because they're so honest.
You can hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
And in fact, you and your wife just welcomed a new baby, 6-month-old boy, and supposedly he was on your chest while you were recording some of these songs.
Yeah, no, so my son Shepherd was born in April, and I didn't have the album finished, and I had to get it done, and so there were moments where at 5 a.m. I had him strapped to my chest.
I love that.
Recording vocals, and it is
probably
all
helped
real.
soothe him back to sleep.
Oh, it
too.
did. He enjoyed it, so it was great.
Well, the song is called One on the Way. Jake Scott, take it away.
Thank you.
Heart stopped when I saw your black dress. Long hair, looked like an actress. I was leaving, started thinking of questions to ask. I took my shot to get to know ya. One more tequila soda. I said hello, made a bad joke, and you faked a laugh and said, are you gonna buy me a drink? Said I got one on the way. I was reading the signs, didn't know what you'd say, but I had to try. I knew I'd regret if I let you pass me by. I didn't know your name, but I loved your smile. Some chances you take change your whole life. So I bought another round, if that's okay. I got one on the way. I got one on the way. 6 months I had no doubts. My friends told me to slow down. We were falling, already all in. Knew it was meant to last. And that summer I made some big plans. Something to wear on your left hand. We went to Paris, I was talking marriage, and you just laughed and said, are you gonna buy me a ring? Said I got one on the way. I was reading the signs, didn't know what you'd say, but I spent my last dime. I knew I'd regret if I let you pass me by. I knew it was fast, but I knew it was right. Some chances you take change your whole life, and I wanna give you all of mine if that's okay. I got one on the way. I got one on the way. In one dive bar and one first kiss. Who knew we'd end up like this? Life is full of turns and twists, like finding out these two kids. Got one on the way, and for the first time, I don't know what to say. Looking into your eyes, guess the greatest things will catch you by surprise. Now we're thinking of names and we can't decide. Crazy how one moment changes your whole life. And we might be scared to death, but that's okay. We got one on the way. We got one on the way.
song.
Jake, you got Dylan Dreyer crying over here.
Thank you.
I got tears in my eyes.
I mean, it's a dating song, it's a wedding song, and it's a baby
It's
song.
all the best.
Ladies and
moments of our
gentlemen,
life.
Jake Scott, thanks so much for stopping by, man. Be sure to check out Jake's new album, Lavender. It is out right now. We'll be right back. Good job, man.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Jacob, thank you. It's been great having
I love you guys. Thank you.
Hey, coming up tomorrow, we've got some fun Halloween cocktails.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna. They might be drinking too. Probably not. Daniel Radcliffe and the cast of Merrily We're Rolling Along will be there, though.
We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Drink
Ciao.
up! Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker. Today, the cast of Merrily We Roll Along, Daniel Radcliffe, Jonathan Groff, and Lindsay Mendez. Plus, all kinds of delicious goodies for your Halloween entertaining. And you chose the look, so get ready. We're moments away from our Tuesday outfit reveals.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Oh, you know what? Today is Thursday, and yesterday was Tuesday.
Choose the look day.
The look day. Yeah, right.
Choose that look day.
So
we're wearing the outfits.
Oh, yeah. So let's take a look at this cute
Rainbow
number.
bright.
By the way, that looks so cute on you.
Cute, right?
Nice. Do you feel comfortable?
Yes.
You do? Why'd you say it like? Let me explain something. Sometimes when you have cleavage, you don't feel comfortable.
And it wasn't too much cleavage?
No, it's actually not. But I could tell when you were standing, because you stand a certain way when you feel totally comfortable.
Like that?
And then when you feel a little uncomfortable, yeah, you slink down. That's right.
How about you? Do you feel comfortable?
I feel very comfortable. I like this look. Thank you to everybody who voted. Thank you for Talia for choosing it.
I know.
Monochromatic.
Thank y'all for voting. Talia did a great job.
What? Keep standing up? Stand up. I
What,
can't tell what she was saying.
longer?
Stand up.
No, I was just saying you guys look great.
Oh, she
You
said
guys
we look great.
fabulous.
These were picked.
Thank you, Talia. And
these were
Talia, I
picked-
hope you didn't read the comments because they weren't true.
What comments?
Well, people said fire the stylist, and we don't want you to go anywhere.
People were kind of hating a little bit, but I think you guys look
The
fabulous.
proof is in the pudding.
Exactly.
You know what? Yes.
The
Here's
proof
thing.
is in
And
the pudding.
I should say that the other thing is that you like to do is you want us, or me especially, to step out of my comfort
Totally.
zone. That's what life's about. Like you can find the exact outfit. You say this looks like a Jen outfit, or this looks like a Hoda outfit, or whatever. But I do think it's fun. The choices, the options. Everyone went back to the things
and
that look like
she's
us.
high fashion. Not
everyone can handle it.
everybody can handle that hotness.
Yes, some people just have to go with the same old.
Totally.
Anyway,
We think we feel good.
we feel really good.
Okay. I've been listening to Olivia Rodrigo.
Why are your eyebrows going like that?
Because it's fun.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's kind of ragey.
Yes.
And I feel like a
Yes,
teenager.
angsty.
She actually helped Jimmy Kimmel score some major parent points.
Okay.
This was a bit that was taped for a show. Jimmy and his wife Molly surprised their 2 kids, Jane and Billy, on their way to school.
So here's what happened. They were driving upon someone who appeared to be a hitchhiker. That hitchhiker was actually Olivia Rodrigo. Take a look.
Oh, there's a hitchhiker up here. Can we pick her up?
Wait a minute.
I think we should pick her up
Oh my
for
God,
sure.
Billy, it's Olivia Rodrigo.
What is it?
Hey! Oh my God, hi. Do you guys mind if I hitch a ride? Can I come with you?
Hi there, how are you?
Hi, bud. Hi.
That's Billy, what's your name?
Oh my God, that's total stunning right there.
By the way, don't you love how their daughter just is like,
and how about she knew as they were driving by.
That was Olivia
'cause
Rodrigo.
A lot of girls are brunette and cute, but she knew because she knows Olivia Rodrigo.
that just wasn't
inside
any
and out.
brunette. That was Olivia.
That was the real deal.
Okay, well, later in the clip, the fun continued as Jimmy and Molly showed some affection in front of their children.
You know, it's funny when you sing about like kissing Olivia, that what our kids love more than anything is when we kiss each other, right?
Oh, they love that.
What? You guys love that, don't you?
No, I do this every time.
No, we're in love, Jane.
Yeah,
Deal with it.
adorable.
I think you're adorable.
Thank you.
Don't do it!
Okay,
Oh,
that is
gosh.
so
By the way,
hilarious.
that's any family when the parents smooch.
Right, especially or even in front of, not just in the car is one thing, also in front of where your friends are. If your friends are anywhere within, like school pickup.
Oh, I can't wait to do that.
Is that what you're going to do with Henry?
Oh yeah, I love embarrassing my children, and I don't mean it in a mean way. I mean it in a ha-ha way. It's one of the best joys of parenthood.
Like what? Give me an example.
Well, sometimes I'll be taking Mila to school, and I'll be like, driving carpool, and then I'll put up some like Cardi B.
Yeah.
But the clean version.
Yeah.
And I'll be rolling into the carpool line, and Mila's like, turn it down. Turn it down. You're so embarrassing, Mom. Turn it down. I also have been, I told you, all Mel Robbins on
Yep.
Mila. I made her stand in front of the mirror and repeat after me yesterday.
What? I love my
I am brilliant.
I am brilliant.
I am beautiful. I take up space.
Ooh, that's a good one. I take up space.
I'm a good dancer.
Yeah. Ooh, that's
I'm good at math. And then so I had her do the whole thing, and she was participating. And then at the very end, she said not and ran upstairs.
Oh, not like well, that's a kid thing.
Well, I know, but I don't. What Mel Robbins? That Mel Robbins wouldn't accept that.
No, she would not. But I do think it is a good idea to do, like sometimes I go, what would you give me if I just started dancing right here on the sidewalk in the middle of New York City while people are walking by? Mom, don't. I
know.
go, you know I'm going to do it, right? You're right. And usually there's an age where they stop joining in.
Yeah.
It's like when you say swing like a tree and they go, no. Like before when they used to do it, there was that. But I do think there is something about watching your mom not mind, we don't care if we're embarrassed.
No.
I think there's something cool about a lesson that we're teaching there.
I hope so.
But I think what I'm learning is by saying you're teaching them a lesson,
You're not teaching them anything.
You just have to stop and just start dancing and not saying anything to them on the street.
Well,
and if they go,
or
"What are you
roll
doing?"
up to Cardi B.
Yeah, without making a to-do about it. That's
Yeah.
just what we do. And deal with it. We roll that way.
We take up space.
Okay.
A Wall Street Journal article, y'all, this week created a lot of buzz. The headline reads, "We never really escape the gym class draft."
Do you remember what that? You know what that is, right? It's when all the kids in the class are sitting waiting to get picked for kickball. Everyone's like, "I'll take him. I'll take him." And as the numbers dwindle down, you're just like, all you're praying is, "Don't let me be the last person chosen."
I was usually-
or like, "Oh well, okay, fine, you'll
Yeah,
come."
totally.
Or sometimes the teacher would jump in with the last 8 and go, "Okay, you're 4 there and you 4 there."
Yeah.
Like sometimes they would take the sting out of it.
Now, this may surprise you just because you've seen my athletic
Competitiveness,
abilities.
prowess.
But I was usually in that last group.
Were you? And what did that feel like as it was getting down lower and lower?
And lower.
It's the weirdest.
It feels bad, but this is not like the sword that I die on.
Mm-hmm.
There's other childhood wounds that kind of
deeper.
Every once in a while pick a little, But this one, I think I just was like,
I think that feeling, though, comes out in so many ways. It could be being the last few kids picked for kickball. It could be when you're running your finger down the list of the people who made the team and you don't see your name.
It could be the day of Valentine's Day when they sent out the bouquets of flowers.
And you wonder, am I getting one? It could be when your teacher calls out your name in the class and you're just praying, not me, and you're trying to hide. And all of a sudden he goes, you in the back there, third row. Hoda. And you're like, oh, God, because you don't know the answer.
Yes.
It's that, whatever that feeling is, it's like you just want to disappear.
Kind of could be being the kind of chubby little kid that none of the boys wanted to ask for dances. Does that resonate?
Yeah.
It resonates with me.
Yeah. But I do think those kids who are in that number, which is those are the ones who wind up, I do think, later in life having a lot more success. They did this whole thing. We did something with young girls who were playing basketball, and they were saying the stars of the team aren't necessarily the stars in life. The stars in life are the people who sometimes rode the bench, who had to be ready, who came in, who knew what it was like to wait and not get all the glory. Those are the people who grow up to become CEOs and all that.
And I don't know if it's like this is something that I've told myself, but I feel like the kids that weren't as cute when you're little have to have great personalities because you kind of do look like a little boy, and people say, "What's your son's name?"
What's his name?
And my parents named me Benny and Barbara Bo, because somebody said your twin boys are adorable, and they actually came up with full names for us because they thought it was funny. That, in turn, made me funny. Right? If I was the cutest little girl, I might have been in pageants.
You're right. And you...
I mean, who
and what would have happened to your personality?
It could have just been dwindled.
Yes. But now it's loud. I love it. All right, guess who's making headlines once again?
Oh, y'all, Taylor Swift. She is. We're going to tell you all about that, plus the hottest makeup trend right now when we bring you What's Poppin' right after this.
Headlines again?
What is it? We are back now with pop culture expert and Bravo personality Darren Karp for our series,
What's Poppin'? What you got?
Hi, ladies. Okay, these are the top 5 best things, hottest trends right now. You ready to go?
We're ready. What's number 5? Let's go at the bottom.
Let's go. Number 5, life on our planet. Okay, this is one of the coolest things I've actually seen in a long time. It's family friendly. It's out on Netflix right now. Brought to us by Steven Spielberg. Narrated by Morgan Freeman, who is the voice of humanity.
Yeah.
This is the story of life's 4 billion year journey on Earth, told through ruling dynasties, underdogs, cataclysmic events that shaped life on Earth today. Take a look at this. I think you're going to really like it.
This is the story of the great battles for survival and the dynasties that would take over the world. From the beginning of life to today.
Oh my God, that looks awesome.
That has Henry Hager written all over it.
I was going to say, great for children,
too.
super educational.
Yes,
It's an 8-part
dads
series.
and children
together.
It's fun and sciencey. It's great.
I like it.
Yes.
Okay, what's number 4?
Number 4 is latte makeup. Have you heard of this trend on TikTok?
No.
Pumpkin spice?
Okay, no, not pumpkins. Although, pumpkin spice could work.
It could
for
just
this.
be orange in here.
It's a really easy makeup trend, even
What
for
is
people
it?
who are makeup adept like
Yeah.
me. It's essentially using monochromatic browns and golds to kind of create this sun-kissed effect on you. You can use it on your nails, eyes,
like
lips.
it.
Hailey Bieber,
This is
J-Lo,
our makeup.
This is our
Lori
exact-
Harvey dabbled in this art form, so it's good for all skin types. Rachel
J-Lo.
Regler, who's a TikTok creator who created this, describes it as warm and bronzy, milky, effortless.
This is when I get my makeup done. I say, make me J-Lo, even though I look nothing like J-Lo.
Make me
But you want-
sun-kissed.
But you want that look, and
Kinda
it's less
you, I like
makeup.
it too, glowy.
Exactly.
I love it.
It's a more
less stuff.
natural feel, which
Good.
I like. You don't cake on the makeup.
We're into
So-
it. Okay,
Take us to number 3.
Number
girl.
3, I'm the most excited about. BravoCon is back. Vegas, baby, November 3rd through the 5th. It is going to be so exciting.
Are
There's
you
so
gonna be
much.
there?
I will be there, front and center. We've got Bravo Land, which is like our Bravo museum. For any Bravo fan, this is where you want to be. Hoda, I know you have gone to BravoCon.
Yes.
BravoCon is insane.
Oh, look at y'all.
No, I had no
You're taking a
idea.
shot ski?
Shot ski. When we went there, we rode around in a golf cart. It was huge. The fans, your
a rock
fans,
star.
are the most amazing fans I think of any like celeb
They're truly
thing.
the sweetest. And today is the last day to vote for our big award show, the Bravos. We have amazing categories, include Greatest Shade Thrower, BravoCon Folly Song of the Year. Who said that? A story of an award for colloquial excellence. So we really, really
I feel
value
like
our talent.
and I hope if you guys are going to BravoCon, see our girl Darren.
Please come see me. Come say hi. You can vote now at BravoTV.com. And of course, Bravo's parent company is NBC.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, what do you have for number 2?
All right, number 2 is Totally Killer. This is a great movie to watch during Halloween. It's kind of a scary movie without being a scary movie. This takes place in the 80s, and as an 80s baby, I kind of love it. It stars Julie Bowen, as you can see, Kiernan Shipka, who's your 17-year-old daughter, who accidentally travels back in time in the 80s, kind of answers that age-old question, if you could see your parents in high school, what they'd be like, and that's scary in and of itself.
Yeah.
If you love the 80s, you'll love this movie. It's out on Amazon.
Can you watch this with your children?
You can. You absolutely can. I don't recommend too
No,
young an
like a
age because
10
it's
or
got
12.
good 80s references that might not be suitable for young children.
Okay.
But it's a fun family
Take
movie.
us to numero uno.
Numero uno is 1989, Taylor's Version.
Mila
is
told
out.
me.
Of course.
Mila told me this is happening.
It can't be a week without Taylor Swift making
coming out.
headlines.
Unbelievable.
This is, of course, this is her 4th re-recorded album by Taylor Swift, of her 5th album from 2014. This is arguably, I think, my favorite Taylor Swift album, although I'm scared
Shake
to
It
say
Off.
that.
Why are you scared to say that?
Because I feel like
Swifties.
Swifties will come after me if I say the wrong album.
No,
like,
no, it's
is
your
it
opinion.
Red? Is it this?
It's
Is
your
it-
opinion. It's
Okay.
your opinion.
I just get a little scared.
It's
but this is-
okay.
Shake It Off is in there. It's so good.
Have you
Bad
seen the
Blood is
movie
in
yet?
there.
Have you seen the
The Eras
Yeah.
tour?
Yeah.
It's 2.5 hours.
I know.
I
2
went-
hours, 45
By
minutes.
the way, I spent
We
a
saw it.
Friday
Worth it?
night there.
My kids sat through the whole thing, 4 and 6 years old.
I made my
because
kids
everyone's
leave early.
dancing.
It's just seeing a movie with it. I mean, this is Taylor Swift's power.
Yeah.
This is her
She's
power.
amazing.
She's got it.
And Mila wants to know what's going to be in the vault.
Who knows? I don't know. Another 9-hour concert of hers because apparently she has unlimited music.
Coming up next, they are bringing a classic musical back to Broadway.
Daniel Radcliffe, Jonathan Groff, and Lindsay Mendez. They're going to tell us all about it right after this.
Coming up tomorrow.
We'll share some of the laughs with the hilarious Jim Gaffigan.
And we'll get crafty with the chocolate king, Jacques Torres.
Plus, last-minute costumes and spooky movies to gear up for Halloween.
That's all Friday on Hoda and Jenna. Daniel Radcliffe, Jonathan Groff, and Lindsay Mendez are no strangers to the stage, having played some of the most memorable roles on Broadway.
And now they're starring together as old friends in a revival of Stephen Sondheim's musical Merrily We Roll Along, and the reviews are in, y'all. It's a hit!
How could it not be a hit with the three of you, the three Musketeers?
Well,
have y'all been friends for a long, long time?
You guys have. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I joined late, but I'm
You
catching up.
joined that joiner,
But y'all aren't leaving him out, right? Because 3 is kind of a hard number.
Three is
My mom
awkward.
used to always tell me
Yes.
that. Oh.
That's interesting. It feels like the magic number. For
Yeah.
us.
So guys? Yeah.
Yeah, we balance each other. The personalities really balance each other out in a good way, I think.
And you and Lindsay are okay sitting next to each other. Apparently, you
For the
two.
moment.
I do get a little.
Leave her.
I just want to grab her.
We've been friends for like 20 years.
Yes, it's
Wait,
been a
hold
long.
on.
You saw her on Broadway on her very first.
On our debut night?
Okay, did I?
Yes,
Well,
you
yeah, I was at the opening night of Significant Other.
Oh, yeah.
No, Grease.
No,
She's
Grease.
done. Oh, and I was at the opening night of Grease.
That was her Broadway
Yes,
debut.
my Broadway debut.
Don't you remember?
23 years old.
Oh my gosh.
There we
Yeah,
were.
she was Jan in Grease.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Look at you.
Oh my God, bless
You know
her.
what's cute? Even though the three of us have not been a threesome, a throuple, until this show, that same year, Dan was doing Equus, I was doing Spring Awakening,
Wow.
and she was doing Grease.
We were
This was
starting
like
out.
15 years ago.
Holy
we were all on
moly.
Broadway at the same time, and now we're playing this
Here
show
we
about
are.
friends over the
Yeah.
course of 20 years.
Yeah.
I love that you guys sent each other videos to kind
Yeah.
of get to know each other, but you didn't. They knew each other. You didn't
Yeah.
really know them. Did you feel strange recording these things?
I mean, a little bit. You guys, like, Jonathan will very casually, like, throw off a video while walking through Times Square, and like, Lindsay, but they're both quite sort of effortless at just chatting, and I would watch them and go, like, I feel like I have to make notes on everything that's been said. I would, like, restart my videos several times, because I'm like, I sound like an idiot. I gotta do that again. But I've become more relaxed about it since, thank
It's so
God.
funny because you do live theater every single night,
Yeah, I
sometimes
know, but
twice a night.
someone writes the lines for
So
you
what
there,
in-
like, it just being, yourself talking.
By the way,
rubbish.
a lot has changed since you were with us last. You're a dad.
Congratulations!
Thank you very much.
How is fatherhood?
It's awesome. I mean, it's I think I've been really. I think a lot of people said, like, just get through the first 6 months and after that it gets
Yeah.
better. But I've kind of really enjoyed the first 6 months. Like, it's been. Yeah,
Is it
it's
what you
awesome.
imagined? Kind
I don't know what I imagined,
Yeah.
honestly, but it's great. Like, he's incredible, and I'm just like in awe of my partner. Like, yeah.
Aw, And Lindsay, you're her mom.
Yes, I have a 2.5-year-old.
And she's kind of the boss of the
She
show,
runs
it
it.
seems.
She runs the theater. Yes, she's the princess.
Are y'all wearing matching Laura Ashley dresses?
We are giving you a matching dress for Mother's Day photo shoot. Yes,
Oh my
and that's
goodness,
Radar, her bear.
Oh, y'all know the bear?
Oh, the bear is that's Radar.
What is she like, Lindsay?
She's
She's awesome.
she's full of personality. She is loud. She is not shy. I don't know where she gets any of it.
She's singing.
She's musical. She sings. She comes to theater. She hands out the mics and sets the props with the prop
comes
guys.
in, she's 2.5. She brings me my mics every day. She comes in and
does?
gives
Yes.
them. Yeah, it's very sweet.
Yeah, it's like magical.
What song does she like for you to sing to her?
Oh, well, she likes songs from our show. Now she's singing Merrily, Merrily. She sings the songs, and but she really doesn't love for me to sing.
No?
No, she's like, Mommy, don't sing.
Oh, she's like all children. That makes
All
us feel
children.
so
All
much
children
better. It's
act that
not
way.
just us.
Oh, your kids do that too?
Oh,
Yeah.
my kids, the problem is they get real verbal when they
Yeah.
reach around 10.
Yeah.
So they're like,
Yes.
7, 8, 9.
yeah, my 8-year-old cannot speak. The 10-year-old really can. Wait, okay, Jonathan, this is getting the best reviews.
Yes.
And you said to me before, you said we're having so much fun, and I feel like that's kind
That's
of
the
the
key.
magic, y'all's chemistry.
Yeah, we really, I mean, it's the first time Merrily We Roll Along has been on Broadway in 42
That's crazy.
years.
Yes.
It's a huge deal to bring this classic show back to Broadway after all those years. It's really important to the three of us, to all of us in the company as Sondheim fans,
Yes.
that it's bringing this musical back. But yeah, on top of all of it, we're just having the greatest time.
We're going to take a
Singing.
quick break, and we're going to come back. We'll visit some more with you guys.
We have to take a break
Yes.
already?
Already? I don't know why.
Okay, well,
That's
commercial
how
break
life
is going to
goes.
be fun for
Quick.
us.
We'll do it quick.
Oh my God.
We're back with Daniel Radcliffe, Jonathan Groff, Lindsay Mendez. We're starting in the Broadway revival of Merrily We Go Along.
I know.
We always say it's great to have three talented people, but the real magic is what's between you and what's between you. It's like that's where the magic is. So we're just happy you're here. And that was on display during your Vanity Fair interview, was it not?
Which I've watched. It's been streamed millions of times. I've watched at least 100,000 of them.
Oh my God.
It's gone. So you're hooked up to a lie detector test, Dan.
Yes. Yeah.
That was the premise.
Yeah.
And explain what
They all got
was
hooked
about.
up.
Well, yeah, we all were hooked up, and then we talked. Well, I mean, I think the thing that got the most attention was us asking you about
Spitting.
Spitting. How you spitting?
You spit.
The wetness.
Yeah, we saw it.
Wetness in general.
Why do you spit so much? Do we have to go
You
back
wanna
to
go
it?
into this?
Yeah, I know.
It's a morning show, man. I don't know.
Why you do
graphic.
spit
You just
often
project.
when you sing?
Yes, I get very wet.
Here he goes again.
Don't do it again.
Morning show.
Your mouth does.
Yes, everything does get wet.
Oh, no, not everything.
It does.
This is what I mean. Go and watch a lie detector test if you want a longer version of this.
Yes.
It's us trying to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
But I saw you in Hamilton, and I didn't see tons of spit everywhere.
No, I saw you in Hamilton. I did see it. No, there was spray. No, there was definitely.
I guess I wasn't paying
That one was
attention.
hard because as the king, I couldn't move. I couldn't wipe it away.
Yeah, it was
so I
just
would just
dribbling.
have like drool
Yeah,
running down my face.
You
Yeah.
remember that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Honestly, like I get it on me a lot, and I equate it to like it's.
They're
not,
very good sports, by the way.
It's literally like
You better take some
It's like my
COVID
son.
tests.
It's the same thing. I'm like,
like
I
your
don't
son.
care. It's like you stop noticing after a while.
Yeah,
You don't
we're
care.
both parents. Like,
Yeah,
we're like,
it's whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Jonathan spit. Here we go.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, we want to play. Don't we want to play a little game
I
where
do.
we ask questions?
I love a game.
You do? Okay, here's the first one. Ready?
Okay.
Just tell us, how long does it take for each of you to get into costume before the show?
Oh,
I mean, that's not that much of a game.
Like,
Doesn't feel like a game.
how do we win this?
There's no winner
Yeah, no,
or loser.
I-
Prize.
Everybody's a winner.
I'm ready the earliest, like too early. You're ready at a sensible pace.
Takes me 20,
And who's
25
the
minutes.
longest?
I mean,
Well, not the
as long
longest,
as
but
the
the last.
latest.
The
The last.
latest.
Are you last minute in life? That's how you go. You're like you're going to make the plane by the last second.
I'm
You're that guy.
a late spirit. Yeah, just generally the lateness.
There's no forgiveness involved in me
That's
being a
not
late
it.
spirit.
Actually made it sound appealing first.
Yeah, I know. he does
Exactly,
that, but
that's
it
his
still
thing.
just
He
works.
tries to make it charming. And
Yeah.
By the way,
just
I am in partnership with somebody that is the opposite of that. For example, if we have a shoot that starts at 3, she will call me, and I'm not exaggerating, at 2:15 and be like, 2:15.
I'm on the way.
Where are you?
That's
No,
Dan.
Where are you?
Daniel, we're on the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're,
Yeah.
And then she's like, "What? You were sitting in the makeup chair."
I'm still, we're getting, I'm going to be there on time.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe even a bit early, but 45 minutes
me.
early.
She says I remind her of her dad.
Yeah, she does.
Because he gets everywhere super early.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I'm triggering her. Triggering.
That's like
All right.
free therapy. to
Yeah.
use things
Who's the
with someone
best,
that
who's the
reminds
best
you of you.
dancer in the group? Raise your hand.
Oh, me.
Okay.
Have y'all gotten out
wanna
to
do
get
pullbacks?
up?
Do we need to do some
Yeah,
pullbacks?
do it. Let's go. This is a dance off.
Okay.
Okay. Goodbye. Good, I'm so glad.
Ready?
Okay.
I knew this was coming today.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Did your mic
Yeah, you're on
fall?
camera. Go quick, they need to go to break.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Oh my God.
Do you have more work to do, or is that how we go?
Wait, let's try a pirouette.
Because I'll get them down if you need them to.
You tried for a messing double. I gave you a clean.
Oh my
Way to go.
God.
Okay.
It's Lindsay. It's Lindsay.
Lindsay
you.
wins. Okay. Who's the best harmonizer?
Harmonizer.
Probably is.
Yeah, that's hard.
Lindsay, are you like, were you the
Lindsay's
one
the
born
one.
to be on Broadway?
Yes.
I think that we were all born to be on Broadway.
That's kind of you.
Look,
She
Clearly
seems the
we're
most
generous.
generous,
If
too.
If you were on that lie detector right now, flagging up.
So before a show, are you each Lone Rangers? Do you stay in your dressing rooms, or do you all come together and do a hang?
No, we kind of
We
hang
hang.
out.
They hang in my room because I get my wig on, so they come.
Do y'all listen to music?
No.
I heard on your playlist it's like only Beyonce and then Broadway. It's like Beyonce and Broadway.
That is
The two
pretty.
Bs.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I saw the Renaissance tour 4 times.
4 times.
Wow.
That's a lot. Did y'all see Taylor Swift or just Beyonce?
I saw Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. I'm gonna go see the movie next week for sure.
Yeah,
It's
the
fun.
movie's really good.
It's a lot, but it's fun.
Okay.
I mean, there's just a lot of
No,
screaming.
it's 2 hours and
children.
45 minutes of
And
kids
it's
dancing.
Well, that's how I felt when I went to the
screaming.
concert.
Same.
And I was
It's
like,
like
why is no one sitting? I don't want to sit down.
I mean, I don't know if that's a thing.
Well,
that
I
ever
didn't
has
know.
to be on
I don't go to a lot of concerts. I don't
No,
know.
I know, and your feet kind of
Shocking.
hurt. Do you know what
by
I
the
mean?
end. We
Yeah,
know.
I know.
All right, so this is going to be great. You guys go see the show.
I know. We want to come see.
Yes.
Will you
Please
have
do.
us?
Yes,
Oh,
my
yeah,
God,
please
we'd
do.
love to
Okay,
have you.
Merrily We Roll
Please
Along
come.
is playing for a limited time. It's not going to be that limited, is it?
Well, I mean, it's limited till March right now, so it's a finite amount of time.
Okay,
It's limited
okay,
in the sense
limited,
of
but till March. You've got a lot of time.
But get your tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, can you go back so we can say the theater? Okay.
oh,
Oh, yeah,
thank you.
Hudson Theater. Okay,
Yes.
so get your tickets.
Widest seats on Broadway.
Yes, very comfortable.
Most comfortable seats
Yeah.
on Broadway.
Wait,
That's a good selling
No,
point.
a wide seat is important.
Yes.
And glassware at the bar, no plastic cups.
Wait,
Yes.
what?
It's like a first
giving a
class.
fancy
yeah.
night.
Okay, I was going to take Hoda, but now my husband is going to hear about the wide seats.
Go together.
He said,
Although-
we can't overlap. It's hard for me.
Yeah, this
Next,
yeah.
Halloween entertaining. We got fun drinks, freaky foods. Kids and adults love it all after this.
Y'all are so awesome.
All right, so if you're doing a little Halloween entertaining this weekend, you might as well make this a party to remember.
Okay, here to help us all out is Danielle Cardes, the author of Butter, Flour, Sugar, Joy. I love that title, which will be available on November 6th.
Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you so much, you guys. It's such a good book.
Yeah.
Such a
And
good
this
book.
is your first book, right, or no?
This is my 12th book.
Wait, 12?
What she meant by first was 12.
Yeah, I forgot
First
to
by
put
12.
the two.
Totally. I love it.
Okay, wait.
right,
Y'all
let's-
have created the cutest things.
Is this not like adorable?
We're talking Halloween, and let's start with like the goodies, the food.
Yes. Let's start with the goodies. Okay, so who doesn't love to eat dessert first? I mean, obviously, butter,
Yes.
flour, sugar, joy. We're going to eat dessert first.
Yeah.
So we have the macaroons from the book, which are so cute.
Adorable.
Isn't that
Little
cute, little
girls.
mummy?
And also,
Mummies.
these are things that we can make.
You can make these. That's what I like to do. Food that's like really accessible
Yeah,
for people
sure.
and easy to make and doesn't
Yeah.
look so Pinteresty.
Yeah.
And look at the little vampire
How did
cookie
you make
sandwiches.
these?
You literally just take red frosting, marshmallows, and almonds. And it's not
Oh my
just
God,
scary,
look at
so your kids are gonna love it too.
Adorable.
Isn't that the
Those are
sweetest?
so cute and easy.
Yeah. Oh, go for it here.
Yeah.
That's a monster.
I always
Okay.
put them in my pocket. I'm like, here, just a little snack for later.
That's how we do.
Okay, and then look at this. When I found this guy on Pinterest, I couldn't
Wow.
stop laughing because it's just like dumb cute. Artichoke dip in the skeleton.
I can't.
Yes, so for
Brilliant.
the appetizers. And then look at, I feel like everybody can make a charcuterie board. And if you're not super skilled at making the little roses or anything, just make piles.
Yeah.
I feel like you can make piles of cute stuff that you buy. Stick a little skeleton. If you don't like skeletons, do pumpkins because how cute is
Yeah.
that? Then you have this.
Daniel, don't forget our hot dogs now.
The little
Because
Halloweenies.
Look how cute these are.
Yes! My family, we
Wait.
do chili dogs every year.
So you do the hot
Legit.
dog, and then this is where the condiment
Yes.
pieces are. Look in a little,
In the little coffin.
bin.
And then we have the little skeleton dudes hiding out. Like, I have 2 boys, so they love that kind of stuff. Anything like kind of
and what are
gross
these
and
right here?
little mummy eyeballs.
Oh my God.
I don't know if they're
So
mummy
good.
eyeballs, but they're
So
eyes.
clever.
They're like clever, but not too gross. Like, I like it when we're doing Halloween stuff that you still want to eat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then like the the piece de resistance. Look at the skeleton hot tub.
Let's talk cocktail.
Okay, you have to do a cocktail. So I love stuff in a batch. Grapefruit vodka, limeade, dry ice.
Can we underscore that the skeleton is in a hot tub?
Is he in Aspen? I mean, where is that guy?
He found himself a little respite. Isn't that so? I
love it,
so
darling.
much.
No, how do you do this, though?
This is super simple. You literally just dump limeade, grapefruit vodka, seltzer, and then you pop your dry ice in when you're ready for
Can I ask
the
you a
party to
question?
start. Yeah, do it.
Two things.
Yes.
Can you drink dry ice?
You cannot drink dry ice. You have to be careful. So that's why we did a kid version. So I would leave.
What do adults do for this?
You're just going to scoop them out. And I mean, if you're going to be super careful, keep that dry ice at the bottom, keep it away from your mouth. But do not give that to kids. Just have him be like the centerpiece. And then that's why we did the cute little harvest pumpkin cocktail. This is like orange, seltzer, apple cider. This one we can sip. Okay. That's for kids. And kids always love like little cocktail glass. They feel like adults, like grown-ups. So cute. But this guy, yeah, don't do that.
By the way, but that is a brilliant, funny, great
How long
idea.
does that last?
That's gonna last like 20 minutes.
Okay,
and you
cute.
can get little chunks and keep on putting them in. Yeah,
That's so cute.
Isn't that so fun? What do you guys do for Halloween? Do you do a little party?
I don't normally do a little party, but my cousin is having a party this year.
Okay.
And I was just thinking, could I do this?
You can do this because
But
you're
what if an
literally
adult
picking up.
drinks it? It's okay?
It's okay. Totally okay. But you just don't want the dry ice near your mouth. Because it's so cold that it'll
Ladle
bring
from
you
the
just
top.
ladle from
Ladle
the top.
from the top.
Absolutely.
Ladle from the top.
Yep.
Okay.
Because that ice is going to sink down and that's what's making your bubbles.
What are you dressing up as?
I do the Tooth Fairy every year.
Wait,
Every
what?
year?
So how do you dress? How do you dress up?
I lost
How
this
do you
little
dress
guy.
up as that?
So I have this old little like tulle skirt and then a crown and I just wear like a white bodysuit and leg warmers and then extra sparkly glittery makeup. And me and my sister is so cute. She dresses up as like an asparagus. She's so amazing. And we were like salad last year. We passed the candy out.
Do you have teeth around your neck?
No, I have this little tiny necklace that my boys' teeth are actually in. So it's like the little, you know, the school, they get it at the, they get it at the
I have
dentist.
that, the tooth,
Yes,
the
yeah, you can
That
wear it.
is so good.
It's really fun. It's a lot of fun.
These are adorable
Yeah,
ideas.
thank you.
so much.
Yep.
And y'all order right now. Pre-order Danielle's
Yes.
new book.
Yes.
It'll be really perfect for the holiday
Butterflower
season.
Sugar Joy.
Butterflower
Sugar Joy. I love the
do
name.
it. Order
Love it.
at today.com.
Great job. Coming up next, Jenna's Bookshop's open and filled with goodies to pamper yourself with. Coming up after this.
Yeah, and it's
I love it.
artichoke dip.
Oh my gosh, Jenna, I have to tell you the funniest story.
Yeah.
More of those. Jenna's Bookshop, open for business, and you're going to love what she has for us today.
I did. I chose products that lean into self-care. They're inspired by this month's Read with Jenna book, How to Save Babylon by Jamaican writer Safia Sinclair. Shop along, guys. Our bookstore is open. Y'all are all invited. And we're going to start with a product that really is inspired by the book. This is a Jamaican castor hair oil.
Oh.
It's from Deeper Than Hair.
Okay.
And the creator is celeb hairstylist Aniki Taylor. Okay, the oil is for all hair types.
I'm trying a little.
Try a little. It's for all hair types. If you have less thick
When do you
hair,
put it on? Do you put it on?
you put it on
whenever?
while you style. It
Wait,
helps
look, it's shiny too.
Yeah, it
I like the
helps.
feeling.
prevent split ends. It helps dry hair.
Okay.
It's $21 on deeperthanhair.com.
Okay.
Here is another
Get shiny.
castor oil product. This is just $9 It comes in a lavender scent.
Oh, I want to smell lavender.
Yeah.
Hang on, here it is.
There's the lavender scent. It's 100% natural. It's
smell
great.
that. It's
Isn't
like you're
great?
at the spa.
It's great for dry skin. So you just put it on. Look at that. Put it on. Feels really good. This is available on JamaicanBlackCastorOil.com. They also
love
sell
it.
to Amazon and Walmart.
Ooh, pure butter.
Doesn't
I
that
like
feel
the
good?
name.
It's
All
good
right.
for kids who have really, really dry skin too.
Yeah, okay, let's roll out our
Hoda, I
faces.
got this for you.
Good.
All right. This is my gift I'm going to give everybody this Christmas because we're all in need of a little self-care. Can I just do it right here?
Do it. I don't care.
Okay,
Do
I'm
it
not gonna get
anywhere.
on your
I don't
hair.
care. I don't care.
No.
Oh my God.
Good morning.
Oh, jeez.
You
I
put
love
this
that.
baby in the freezer, okay? The cold will constrict the skin. It helps prevent wrinkles.
Anti-inflammatory.
migraines.
It stops the inflammation. Your
You know
face
what
is
else?
puffy. Ice.
First of all, Siri Daily recommended this to me. I've had it in my freezer. I need to use it more often.
By the way, go to Siri's Instagram. She's so funny.
She's hilarious.
She's so funny.
Okay, but we're still in the bookshop.
Okay,
and
got it.
also,
Sorry.
guess what Sarah Claggett said? Guess what Sarah Claggett said? She said that when her son's ankles and stuff hurt from soccer, like Mila's body hurts from dance.
Oh.
Don't you like that? Or is
I
that
do
her?
like it. No, I like it.
Okay, now.
That's a good one.
By the way, $5.99.
What? $5? Okay.
$5.99.
All right, let's spray our faces.
This is Mario Badusco. Is that how you say it?
Badescu.
Okay, my favorite products in the world are made by Mario. And this is incredible. These are facial spray. Sometimes when my children... Here's
Close your eyes.
Okay.
Okay.
Ah.
Yeah.
They have incredible scents. It's a hydrating mist, and you can, by the way, use it to set your makeup.
Ooh, rose
But
water.
This is what
aloe.
I do with the lavender. Ready? Pretend you're Mila going to bed.
I love this rose one.
Okay, but can you
Okay.
focus? Okay, pretend you're Mila and you're going to bed. Ready? Good night, Mila. You have to pretend you're Mila. Say good night, Mom.
I'm going to breathe it in. Just
No,
do
you're
it.
not. Say
do
good night.
it.
Say good night,
Good
Mom.
night, Mom.
Okay. Oh, Mila, you want a little lavender and chamomile spray to help
just
you
do
sleep?
it.
Now Mila's gonna sleep really well, and thanks to this. Okay, y'all.
Okay,
by the
we only
way,
have 1
this is a
minute.
great. Okay, I'm trying. Stocking stuffer, $17. MarioBadesco.com.
Okay, I
By the
love-
way, Martha
Rose
Stewart
is
has
so
been
good.
getting facials at
Okay.
their salon for 40 years.
Okay, let's get into
Finally,
some shoes.
y'all want to see these? These are called the social slipper, meaning you wear them, and I got you these. You wear, do you like them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you wear them around your home. Bianca Gates and Mariska Sharkey, they founded this footwear brand in 2015. They wanted
House
something.
shoes.
They're house shoes, but they're more like smoking slippers. Is that what they're called? Like, you know, you could wear them with the tux.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, you wear them around your house, but it's not like you're wearing your big old house shoes that are frayed. Look, there's
They're
me.
cute. Who's
I
that?
look like
That's you?
me.
Are you sure?
Yeah, those are my feet.
Okay.
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 All right. Now,
All right, let's get to
Bobby
the sweater.
Thomas.
Oh, I want
Thomas.
this sweater. I already want
told
it.
you.
I already want it.
Okay. Bobby Thomas said this is her go-to.
I want this sweater right now,
Sweater.
immediately.
Okay, it's perfect. It's your size. This one's good for you too. This is your go-to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they feel so soft.
Fall sweater. It's the perfect
my-
weight. It's not too heavy. Not too.
Banana Republic.
Yeah. Oh, Banana Republic.
Yes.
Banana Republic. Guess what?
What?
They're from the factory store. They're just $45. And right now, you can get an extra $25 at checkout.
What size
I
is
can't
this?
do them.
Medium. They're all medium.
your size.
Are they? I'm medium?
Yeah, you're a medium. Anyway, so I'm going to give you these, but all you have to do
Wanna try
is
one on.
to check out
Just
these
keep going.
products.
I just wanna try
you
them.
head to today.com/readwithjenna. They're all good, y'all. Everyone is excellent.
Oh, I like.
See, look how
I'm
cute it
into
looks on Hoda.
Cozy. Right size.
I'm gonna do choose the look
I like
next
it.
week.
I like
Okay,
it.
We'll be back right after this.
I like it. right, Jenna, a new podcast, an episode of your podcast drops today.
Oh my gosh, it sure does, y'all. And it's not just any podcast.
Who is it?
I get to sit down with Jerry Seinfeld. Have y'all heard of him? All you have to do is scan that QR code or search for Read with Jenna wherever you get your podcast.
Tomorrow, the very funny
Jim
Jim
Gaffigan.
Gaffigan.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
So, listen, without giving away too much, and I know you won't, what is Nope about?
It's about a lot of things. And I think, the first notion that I latched onto when I was writing this movie was this idea of making a spectacle, making something people would have to see.
Right here, you are going to witness an absolute spectacle. So what happens next? Are you ready? Mm-hmm. Are you ready? Here we go.
And I felt like I was fighting for cinema. I was fighting for the theatrical experience when I was writing this film. So it's about spectacle. And from there, I explored that and started to sort of uncover what I think is like the dark side of our relationship with spectacle.
You could make the argument, I watched it last night, you could make the argument that the film, at least on its face, seems to be about this idea that spectacle can consume us, does consume us, quite literally in some cases. Is that part of what we were going for?
I mean, we are, I like what you did. Look, this is a society of the spectacle. And I think that the idea of spectacle harms us in many ways, whether it's something we are so obsessed by that we give it too much power because it has a spectacular nature to it, or if it's because we use the spectacle to distract ourselves from the truth. We have this very dark relationship with it, and I think about bottlenecking, right? When we're driving, when we're in traffic and there's an accident, and that traffic slows down.
Yeah.
It's because everybody's sneaking a peek at that awful spectacle, and it's slowing everybody down. And so I latched onto that and said, let's make a movie about that.
This would be an opportunity. I'm talking rich and famous for life.
There's plenty of videos of flying online.
Ain't nobody gonna get what we gonna get.
What we gonna get?
The money shot.
It's about human nature.
Yeah. All my films are about human nature and about something that I fear is part of our DNA and scares me. And it's something that I share with us, but I feel like it hasn't been sort of pinpointed yet.
I read in an interview recently that you maintain this is not a film that could have been made 5 years ago. Why not?
I think there's, a lot of reasons. I think from from the standpoint of representation, I think this idea of letting a Black director put his vision into a film and commit to it, and into the Great American Flying Saucer film. Let's put it this way: 5 years ago, I didn't think they would ever let me do that. And so and then even on the technological front, I worked with cinematographer Hoyt van Hoytema, who is absolute legend, and some of the techniques we developed on this to achieve spectacle have never been attempted before, and so I'm just very proud of what we pulled off in that way.
A couple times I'm watching, I'm thinking, this is expensive. This is really expensive. They gave Jordan Peele the checkbook, and I'm like, go do what you want.
Hey, yeah. I mean, look, that's another piece of this puzzle is that so much of my career before I became a director was marred with this internalized sense that I could never be allowed to do that no one would ever trust me with money, enough money to do my vision the way they would trust other people. I felt that was true, and so here I am, Universal Studios. They've proven me wrong.
Get Out, the social commentary on race is obvious.
We have to wait for the tram to go by.
Yes, these are folks who are going to be coming to see.
This is monumental. This is what I'm about. This is what it's about right here.
We should have
right now,
invited them over.
they think that I am
Jordan Peele.
Yeah,
Mr. Peele. It's his set.
Welcome.
They'll come back next week.
They'll think I'm an animatronic that's just here, and they'll come back.
So Get Out, obviously. I mean, the social commentary there on race it's pretty obvious.
Do you find being African American has more advantage or disadvantage in the modern world?
It's a tough one. Yeah, I don't know, man.
And I think you can make the argument that us is sort of about what human beings, like what we're capable of, the sinister nature of our behavior. This doesn't seem to be as much about race. Is that by design?
Yeah, it's certainly not as much about Get Out, where the very fabric of the plot machinations were about this racial dynamic. I feel like it's impossible to make a movie with people of color in it and have it not be about race. I mean, hell, I think it's impossible to make any movie without it being about race because race is all around us. I think what is interesting and sort of where the notion of Nope and the title came from, which on one hand is something that Black people recognize as our point of view in horror situations, is this acknowledgement of this thing we're talking about, where you can't have Black people in a flying saucer film and just have it be the same experience. It's not. There's a different relationship. No. And this film is also, which takes place in the outskirts of Hollywood, or the industry of the spectacle, is also so wrapped up with this idea of representation and erasure, which those themes are in there, but to your point, it's an adventure and a horror spectacle about human nature. I think, you know, as we talk about spectacles, you know, it becomes abundantly clear that all the themes and characters in this movie interact or represent the media in some way, and or some faction of it. And obviously, the nucleus of the media I'm sort of examining here is Hollywood, and the selling of dreams, the selling of nightmares, the selling of illusion. That's in the cornerstone of the piece.
But it's not just an indictment of Hollywood. I mean, there are a couple moments in the film where it's sort of an indictment of us, of journalism.
Yeah, yeah. Any time that we're going to make money off of the human need to see something crazy, that to me is what I call spectacleization. And I'm a guilty party. Yeah. You're a guilty party. We kind of all are in some ways, whatever side we're all on it, and that's kind of the point.
We are, by the way.
Okay, here we go.
This is a big deal.
Because
Jordan Peele has been memorialized.
Memorialized? Does that happen after?
You've got Jaws, you've got Back to the Future.
Yeah, but
you don't have a lot of sets. But I mean, well, that's true. That's a good point. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
this is a big deal.
This is good.
This is your set.
So this, if I can tell you about the space. Yeah. I know you saw the film, but this is Jupiter's Claim, which is a theme park owned by a former child star, Ricky Juke Park, played by Steven Yeun. It is in the vision of the movie Kid Sheriff that he was in as a child in the mid-90s. I don't know if you remember that film, Kid Sheriff.
I do not.
Okay, well it's real. And here we are. And obviously, you know, there's more to meets the eye than here. So, you know, if you're going to when you're going to see Nope, so there is another layer to what happens here.
You don't want to give away too much.
Don't want to give away too much.
But you could make the argument that this is a centerpiece of the film, the Star Lasso experience. We won't tell folks exactly.
We won't tell people what happened there.
What happened here.
But something did happen there. Something did occur. And yeah, here we are. No, I mean, look, you know, it's a UFO movie, and yeah, there is a something about this world that to juxtapose the sort of uncanny valley world of this sort of mom and park theme park, right in the middle of a sort of UFO hotspot. It was just the kind of juxtaposition it was very me, I thought.
If someone had said to you 10, 15, 20 years ago that Jordan Peele, one of his films would have permanent space here on the lot at Universal, what would you have said?
I would have said, well, then it would have worked. My plan would have worked.
This is part of the grand plan all along.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I knew to really dream this big, but I did. I did. I mean, when I first came to Universal Studios as a kid, I was very enamored with movie making and the idea of being in a space where people actually make movies. And I just want to, and so, to have a home on a lot, let alone this lot, is just very special to me.
Michael Abels. He, of course, scored this one. He scored Get Out. He scored Us. I interviewed him a few months ago. I've been a fan of his work for a long time. And he told the story of when you called to invite him on that first project. He thought you were punking him. What is it about Michael and his style that has led you guys to work together so much?
Well, it's so funny that he thought I was punking him because I had never directed a film when I first reached out to him on Get Out. And what I loved about his style is he has an ability to create new genres of music. And he can do it many times. You can sort of describe a new flavor of music and he can achieve that.
They took him. They took him all.
I gotta get out this house. I'm trying to save you. My brother is out there.
And that's how I want my films to feel. I want it to feel like something you've never experienced. And so, that's what he does. He's like a Shaolin monk.
You know? That's a great, and masterful. The music last night, not to give away too much, but I feel like when you watch and you listen to a Jordan Peele film now, that it's a Jordan Peele film. Like that's become one of the hallmarks of it.
I love that. I love that. I spend a lot of time just focusing on this responsibility of trying to be a mirror for what comes in, and so to hear at the end people say that they can see me in there, in the cross section of these things, they sort of see me. I feel like, yeah, you do.
Daniel Kaluuya, you guys have become quite the dynamic duo. We came to know him and Get Out. We see him again here. What is it about working with Daniel that makes it so special?
Daniel, I've said it before, I'll say it again. He's my favorite actor to watch and to work with as well. We have a special. I believe he has this with any director he has this with, but we have a shorthand that is just. It's just the dream as a director that you can have somebody and with very little words. It's like siblings, with very little words. We can come up to we walk up after a scene. I can be like, that thing, but what? Yep. It's like one of those silent conversations. Yeah. And he's so committed. He's so focused, such a professional. Yeah, man, that's my star.
I want to talk about something. I want to ask you whether something informs your work, and if so, how it does. You are a biracial man in America, white mom, black father. And some of the themes that we've seen emerge in your films, it would seem from the outside, it would seem to be that worldview informs your movie making in a somewhat pronounced way. Is that accurate? And if so, how?
My race, I think, has informed my entire artistic journey. And part of it has been trying to reconcile the box and the boxes that the country puts people of color in. And trying to break out of that box, those boxes, whatever, and trying to identify, what does this mean? What? And so I think from an early on, you see this pattern in my work. It is about digging into those boxes so I can shed them and break out of them. And so, ever since I kind of started on that mission, I got into this pattern of just like, look, if I see a box, I'm gonna break it. If I see something I'm not supposed to do, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna figure out how to make it work.
When people leave the theater after they see this film, what do you want them to be thinking about? Not to think, but what do you want them to be thinking about?
That's a great question. This is their turn. This is their time for their end of the conversation. I think if I had too clear of an idea of what I wanted them to be thinking about, I think I feel like I wouldn't be having the conversation with the audience. That's up to them. I want to know what they, like I said, I feel like with Nope, we described a feeling and we portrayed a feeling, and we brought a sense of magic and adventure out of what was a very dark place and very dark time. And so I hope that they're just fulfilled and glad they went out to see it at an IMAX, which, by the way, IMAX.
You used IMAX cameras for this, I read.
Oh yeah, we used IMAX cameras.
Again, very expensive.
Oh, very expensive stuff. You can't just, but it makes it's. I think it's the best way to watch the film.
Yeah.
And the format is just immersive.
It is.
The whole thing with me is like, I wanted to make a flying saucer movie because I just felt like if we can feel like we are in the presence of something other, if we feel like that's real, then that's just an immersive experience worthy of going to the movies.
When Get Out came out, I read that at the time you said you had 3 or 4 more films like that of the horror genre. You had 3 of those, 4 of those, you had them in your pocket. But as you sit here now, you say there more.
So you weren't supposed to say it.
Did I give it away? Oh no.
No, you good. Look, I've got more. I'm not gonna have just one more film.
Okay.
I've got more now. No, it's
of the horror genre.
It's funny you bring up the horror genre. I would say yes, because I'm always gonna be having scary things in my film. But I do like this. I do like expanding. And I like working with the comedy. I like working with the adventure. Yeah. Genre is a thing to subvert.
You like to bend the genre.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that because there were a few times last night where I thought, this is funny, this is thrilling, Do you consider this a horror film?
Well, like I said, I think it's Nope. I do consider it a horror film, in that horror it's my favorite genre, and I hope it honors horror. I hope it's scary enough to make people talking about Nope. At the same time, I want people to feel some other things besides fear as well. Let's put it that way.
Hard to believe Keke Palmer is only 28 years old. Since her acting debut in Barbershop 2 nearly 20 years ago, Keke has appeared in more than 60 TV shows and movies.
Keke starring in Jordan Peele's thriller Nope. She plays Emerald, who may have captured footage of a UFO, which she and her brother are hoping to cash in on. Take a look.
We don't just go for the quick cash in, okay? We go to the most credible platform to do the story.
What's that, like Oprah?
Yeah. Like Oprah, for example. After that, everybody want in.
Well, I'm saying there's plenty of videos of flying online. I saw one the other day that wasn't on Oprah.
I didn't say Oprah. You said Oprah. You love Oprah. Like, all I'm saying is all that online is fake, low quality. Ain't nobody gonna get what we gonna get.
What we gonna get?
The shot.
What show?
The shot. The money shot. Undeniable, singular, the Oprah shot.
The Oprah show?
The Oprah shot. Come on out, Kiki.
Yes. So good to
We're
see you
so
guys.
happy you're here.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for having me.
Congratulations.
Get the.
Can you give a little French moment?
Okay, first of all, you're looking beautiful.
Shout out to Wayman DeMica and Christopher John Rogers.
Yes, he's such a talent, and so are you. I got
Thank
to
you.
watch this film, which had me like both terrified and also laughing. I mean, first of all, Jordan Peele is a crazy talent.
Yes. He is.
But you are effervescent in this. You shine so bright. What did it feel like to be part of it?
Thank you so much. I mean, it feels so much fun. I mean, obviously, I'm a huge fan of Jordan, and this is like a different type of film that he's done
Yeah.
before. The style
Yes.
is just really unique, but there's always this big, overwhelming message. So for me, I was just focused on making sure that I was able to, do what I needed to do to get the story told.
Yeah. Now, a lot of what's been pointed out about this film, it's about what could be. How does this come out in this film?
Oh man, I think that's the whole spectacle concept, right? There's
Yeah.
something that our the two lead characters, myself and Daniel's brother and sister, they discover something in the sky.
Yeah.
And then they're on this journey, both for different reasons, of finding out what is it exactly. Daniel's character OJ just is curious, and then my character's kind of like, how can we get ahead of this? How can we exploit this? And through that journey, it's really just kind of more so an observation of how many of us in today's society are obsessed with outside things,
Yes.
validation, exploiting,
Yes.
getting everything on footage,
Yeah.
So, but let's be real. Kiki's in her backyard having a cocktail with her homegirls, and she sees a UFO. Who is Kiki calling first?
Honey, aside from talking to the girls that I'm with,
Yeah.
I'm calling my mama. I'm on here Sharon on the line. Sharon, you'll never believe what I just seen. That's always what goes down.
We have to talk about your mom. We have this picture of you all in front of the Nope billboard somewhere,
God.
hopefully.
Where do we have
But also,
it?
I've read so much about how she there we are.
Yes.
Like how she made you feel like you could do anything.
Absolutely. My mother, my family they've been such a great support system for me. And my mom specifically, she and I both were always on this kind of road together, thick as thieves,
Yeah.
battling throughout every ups and downs of this industry.
Yeah.
And so just for us to continue to have these new moments, even after 20 years, I think we're just feeling so blessed.
I read your Glamour cover story, which was so profound because you talked
beautiful.
about saying no.
Yeah.
And the power of it. And also like that you feel comfortable now being like, listen, like I'm gonna put up my own boundaries.
Yeah.
Like how has that changed?
I think it could just get hard for us, right? I mean, especially as a child entertainer, you
Yeah.
just always want to be so agreeable.
Yes.
I think, I think it's a part
And a woman.
And you know what I mean? I think it's a part of maturing and saying, it's okay to say, no, I can't do this. And it's like a big part of self-love and also knowing that you can give your best. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the way that I help myself transition to understanding that it's okay to say no, is that at the end of the day, all I want to do is do my best. And if I'm giving too much and I'm spread too thin, then how can I give my best?
Yes.
So that really made it easy for me to say, just say no, girl.
Yeah.
But how do you because I know a lot of actors in Hollywood go into it like this could be the last job.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And how do you get over that fear of if you take a break, that it's not going to come back?
Well, I'll tell you, I think it's just faith. It's faith. And that's something that we all are on our own personal journeys with, whether it's a spiritual thing or just faith in yourself and to know that what's for me is truly for me. I remember there was something that Daniel said recently, I think it was a GQ or Essence that he was talking to, about how he had, thought he was going to take a break from acting right before he did Get Out.
Yeah.
And he took that break and then he met with Jordan, ended up doing Get Out, and so I think it's, again, everybody should follow their instincts and know that if it's time for you to take a break, take a break. Just know that what's for you is always going to be for you.
Yes. And do you feel like, you said in this article that you're sort of in this next phase of your life, where you want to be with your nephews and your nieces, and you're thinking about your personal life in a way that you've never thought about it before.
Absolutely, because again, I started so young, and kind of it's like a kid that starts doing football, or basketball. This is all I care about.
Yeah.
But then as time goes on, you get more interest. You think about love. You think about family. You think about, I missed a graduation, or I missed so you start.
No, Kiki, don't get baby fever around those kids, okay?
So it's so true that you start caring about things that you really didn't, you didn't look at before. And I think, again, it's about balance. I think that's what I want more than anything in my life, is to have the balance of all the things I want.
Yeah. Ooh, so you're going to show us a picture of that man in the commercial break?
Oh, my God.
What you going to do, guys?
It's so much fun.
I won't let her throw her life away. We need to trick her into dumping him. As much as this will pain us both, we have to call a truce to make this work.
We have to be in lockstep.
Hey! Did you make a pact to not murder each other until you murder me first? We are here for you, my love.
Yes, we're in lockstep.
Yeah.
Ticket to Paradise is Julia and George's first romantic comedy together and their sixth collaboration.
You clean up pretty good.
It's a friendship that has spanned 2 decades. So you guys, when you say you're friends, it's more than friends, really. I mean, you have a lot of friends in Hollywood, I'm sure, but this sounds like it's definitely next level.
Well, we've been friends a long time.
Yeah.
I mean,
A long time.
She comes over to the house in Italy with the kids and stuff, and we've had, we've been together, we've worked together a lot.
Yeah.
I got to produce a film that she was nominated for an Oscar for, and
I was in the first movie he directed.
How is that being directed by George Clooney?
yeah, come on, how is that?
It's interesting because, I'm going to say this. I remember something so clearly because it's like, I think it's my opening scene, and I'm sitting in a booth at a restaurant, and I have this big hat on and red lipstick. He was very specific. I loved how specific he was and clear. I mean, that's what an actor wants more than anything, is just like a clear understanding with the director of what they want and what is expected. And he just would see me as just an actor when we were at work and talk to me as an actor and have these expectations. And it wasn't that same like just casual, oh, hey, Jules, so why don't you do this? It was like, okay, I want this to be just like this.
Wow.
And it was really special. And I also, that it was his first movie and that I got to be a little part of it, I felt
It was fun.
it really.
We had a really good time.
We did have a good time.
This whole movie, obviously, is a movie about parents who are upset that their daughter is marrying someone who they don't think is right for her. And
Before they even meet him.
Before they
let's
even meet
just
him.
say.
Yeah, everything was too fast, too far away. Like I was feeling the parents in the beginning. When you saw the script, were you like, this is us?
We both said, well, if you do it, I'll do it. Because it's sort of really the only way you could see it working.
But it was, it's a miracle that it all came together.
Yeah.
Okay, best part about working with Julia Roberts on this movie? Go.
The money. Well, I will be honest, which I don't like doing.
He doesn't, and I don't like when you are honest.
You don't like it because I'm nice sometimes, and that's a terrible.
Throws me.
She's a great friend, and she is, on top of all of the things that we all know she is, and everyone knows she is. She also is a very, very good friend, and so it's really fun to work with people that are truly good friends.
And Julia, best part of working with George on this movie?
Now I've cornered you. Now.
I know you have cornered me. I'm going to say this because George and I don't like to say that we're very much alike, but we do have the same
beard.
How much time do we have here? We're gonna get like 3.5 questions out. We have the same energetic spirit.
Yes.
At home, and not. I said that like we live together.
We do live together, which is a very weird for my wife and Danny.
But at work, we both really like a joyful, exuberant work experience, and we take that sort of leadership very seriously in a way, to be relaxed, to make other people relaxed and happy. And so being together on set is such in a way, it's a continuation of our real life together, which is just singing songs and carrying on. And
I don't know how y'all didn't crack up through each take. I mean, I watch you two, and the banter seems like it's happening in that moment.
You learned that to make me look bad.
You don't need my help there.
Are y'all ad-libbing some of that, or is it all?
Not much.
Well, we had a fair amount of ad-libbing, especially in the drunken scenes.
Yeah.
But what it would be too is when they would put us with a group of people, like at the graduation, where
that's
we
a
sort of
disaster.
have an
Yeah.
audience, then we can't be stopped because we feel it's our responsibility. They have to sit there all day to entertain them. And so we had a different searing joke at each other.
Yeah, there
every time.
were a couple where, you do it and then we both stop and like go, is this the step too far?
This is
finally?
too mean.
And we finally ended our friendship.
What was your first impression once you saw it all come together?
I thought, it just felt like a salve, an hour and a half salve.
I remember you saying to me though, when we saw it, and you go, "You're so mean to me."
I was shocked, actually.
Really?
I had forgotten how really some of it was kind of searing. Ma'am, I need to sit somewhere else.
I'm sorry, it's a full flight.
We used to be married.
The worst 19 years of my life.
We were only married for 5.
I'm counting the recovery.
And because I've gotten away from it and George hasn't said anything mean to me in a week, I was like,
I could do it now.
Well, there are the meanie parts, which are fun to watch, and there's also the kissing part. Is it awkward to kiss your dear, dear friend?
It is when my wife and kids come by to visit. Remember?
that was the first day they came to visit. It's like, Papa, Auntie Juju. It's like, get him out, get him out.
It's really bad. What are you doing, Papa? What is that?
They didn't see
They didn't see it?
They were around.
Who wants ice cream?
Do y'all laugh when you're kissing? Is it funny or are you trying to?
Yeah, we laughed. It was funny.
Wait,
It
Julia,
made us
tell
laugh. Yeah, it was.
It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, because listen, it is like kissing your best friend. And
Well,
then,
thanks for that.
And then.
I was the
wait,
2-time sexiest
then
man
you go,
alive.
wait, my best friend's George Clooney.
Yeah, come
Maybe
on,
I better
man.
tune in a little bit, but then you just can't.
My favorite.
Well, you really helped my reputation.
What about from your end?
From my end?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't really kiss from my end. We were doing it right on the lips.
Open that door, Hoda.
No, it was fun. Look, we knew what we were going to do. We knew what the job was, and it's funny. We were very professional, but it does make you laugh.
And that was the day, too, the first time in my 30 years in show business, I had a 3:30 call. Never.
3:30 a.m.?
Uh-huh.
That's when you get up every day,
I know,
isn't it?
that's our speed. So
Okay.
wait, what was it?
This is not my speed. And I'm an early riser. And I was like, 3:30, are you sure about this? Because they wanted the sun to be rising while we were kissing and this whole thing. And so I think it was also a ploy of All's. He thought if we're exhausted, if he has us tired enough in that moment, that we might be serious.
Yeah, he was wrong.
It was beautiful. By the way, my favorite part of the movie, so many great parts, but y'all with your drunky monkey dance.
Dad, please stop doing that.
Oh, yeah!
People are looking.
Was
I
a
thought
10
there was some
plus.
Come on, I thought that was some good dancing, didn't you? I mean,
I kind of did. I was kind of into it.
Those were our moves, man.
For real?
Well, actually, if you think of like about 20 years ago when we were doing Oceans, we had a party, remember, in Vegas?
Uh-huh.
Pretty much the same moves.
They were the same moves to different effect, and
Yeah.
we were actually drunk.
Y'all did look drunk in that
Yeah.
thing. It looked like you were really putting them down. Was there any ounce of those drinks that were actually real beverages?
No.
No.
I've never done a film with Julia that I was sober. I don't think ever, really. It's hard, you know? They're like, you're going to kiss Julia.
Just leave the bottle.
Just leave the bottle. No, there was no drinking, although when we watched it, we thought we were...
I was really impressed with how drunk and loopy, and I think that was some of our best acting.
Well, the young kids just were so... They were shockingly embarrassed.
The first take watching us, because all was like, okay, I'm not even going to pretend to tell you guys what to do. Just stay
watch.
in this area. And we sort of took off, and
they were like,
they were stunned. They were paralyzed.
We thought we were really funny, and they didn't. Remember, they were just kind of staring at us like we were in the zoo, and we were like, pretty funny, huh? And they're like, oh my God.
You're like, you know they're rolling a camera on you guys, right? Everybody's going to see it.
Dinosaur move. I am praying for an asteroid.
They can see what it's like to get old, and it's terrifying them, you know?
We've got twins that you have that are, don't tell me, did I read right? They're going to college?
Well, they are seniors in high school. They
So-
will be 18 in November.
Oh my word. How are you feeling about that? Your kids going off to college?
You know, I have feelings about it.
Yeah.
But you know, the nice thing is that the 5 of us in my family, I think we all have very similar feelings about it right now. So it's not like, you know, it's just
can't
me.
wait to get away.
Yeah, it's not like just me going, oh my gosh, you guys are going off to school. I think everybody kind of feels like, wow, we can recognize these moments together as these really big page turners, you know, and so it's nice that we're having that experience together.
And speaking of twins, your twins are 5, right?
5, yeah.
Did I read that they are now speaking Italian?
French.
Italian and French?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Teaching them all
This is
kinds?
stupid. I mean, honestly, I've done dumb things in my life. We all know that. This is the dumbest.
But it is astonishing. First of all, they're such lovely kids.
Yeah.
They're just so sweet, lovely kids. And my kids
Adore them.
Adore them.
Yeah.
Because they're just these little sweet balls of hilariousness, especially Alexander. But if I speak Italian and George speaks English and you're one of George's kids, they will speak in Italian and then speak in English and then speak in Italian and then speak in English and go back and forth. And it's like, wait a minute.
Do you speak all those languages?
No. It's a disaster. Every time and they talk to each other in Italian when I'm talking to them, like, what'd you say? So you know it's a conspiracy.
And it's a twin thing anyway. Like aside from the language thing, it's a twin thing.
This has been a disaster, what's happened to me.
Do you know you are sitting next to a man who has never been in an argument with his wife?
Well,
I've been in an argument with you, though, so
Yeah.
it works out.
His work wife.
But do you find that like shocking?
No.
You don't?
I don't.
Tell me.
don't fight.
Because I don't fight with
You
my
don't
husband
fight
either.
with your husband either.
They don't fight.
How do you resolve conflicts? Like, how do
We
you?
just don't fight. It's just not how we communicate with each other. It's not.
Yeah.
It's never been
your language
called for. It has never been our language.
But you just have ways of resolving conflicts in your house through just regular conversation and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Well, I also think, every once in a while, luck plays in a part in all
Yeah.
this. I feel very lucky that I met Amal, and I feel very lucky, sort of late in life for me, that, the things that you used to as a young person, guys in particular, I think you would defend in a way that you don't have to when you're older. I know how lucky I am to be with Amal, so if we're gonna paint the wall yellow, and I think it's a really dumb color, who cares?
Who cares?
And when you're 28, you might, and you want to fight about those things. So many things in life that I think when you're young you would fight about. When you get old, like Julia, you don't fight so much.
I think having kids, I mean, I have obviously kids later in life too. I've got a 5 and a 3-year-old. I feel like I'm a different parent than I would have been. I feel like I am, I feel like I'm just a better person. I get scared sometimes, if I'm being totally honest, about being my age.
You do.
And sometimes I get afraid about what's ahead. Like sometimes when I think about milestones, I just hold my breath and think, please God, like let me, I want to witness that.
Yeah.
I want to see that. Do you ever have those?
No, I kind of like the idea of being sort of out of it when like my daughter starts to date. I'd like it to be like, huh? She did what? Huh? I think I'm be comfortable with that. I really do. Papa, I want you to meet. He's a drummer in a band. I like toast. I'm okay with it.
No, I think, but here's the thing. The truth is, because we all, no matter how old we are, George being the oldest of us, it doesn't, they have chosen us in this moment to be their stewards and their shepherds in this life experience. And, it all happens when we're ready. I met Danny when I was ready. You met Amal when you were ready. It's like, and then we call these children into our lives when we're ready to best partner with them. And so sometimes I get gripped with fear of blowing it. And sometimes I've just said to my kids, like, so today, me as a mom, can we just take that off the board?
Erase it.
Because I blew it.
Yeah.
I remember Bono would talk about his kids, and he said, I had a conversation with him once where he said, they're like 15, and he said, now we're about to get to the age where you're just gonna, for no reason at all, hate me. You're gonna hate me for like 5 years.
Yeah.
You're just gonna be against me. And he goes, and then you're gonna come back and you're gonna think I'm kind of cool, and we're gonna get along really well, and we're gonna have a great life. He goes, can we just skip those 5
The middle
years?
part.
I like that idea.
I do too.
I think there are so many parts. I mean, I don't want to dwell on parenting, but I'm just kind of in the middle of it. And since I'm sitting with both you guys, I feel like I have certain things I try to teach my kids. And one of them is when they don't know something or they feel stupid, instead of saying, either ignoring it or saying, being embarrassed about it, we have something that we say, and it is, I guess I haven't learned that yet. And
That's nice.
yeah,
Very good.
it's like a small thing, but little bits and pieces. Are there things that you've tried to teach your kids that you hope that they will carry with them as they like head off into the world, into college?
Well, I mean, my kids are a little older, and I feel like the one thing that we've always tried to instill in them is to just remember who you are when you're out in the world. Remember that you, as one person, are representing 5 people, and just to conduct yourself in that same way that you would when we're all together, when you're by yourself out in the world. So, and I think that's not only does it make you feel like you're not so all alone out in the world, it does kind of remind you to just be that much more thoughtful or that much more helpful if you can be.
Beautiful. George, what about for you?
I guess I haven't learned that.
I knew you were going to say it. I was waiting for it. Oh, I love that you did it.
You're going to tee it up for me. I'm going to take it.
I just knew it.
God, I love this friendship so much. Okay, so we looked up your zodiac signs. You're a Taurus, you're a Scorpio. Okay, so here's what it says.
The really weak signs.
They are opposite signs in the zodiac, giving them a special complex connection. They can combine to make a whole, each partner's strength balancing the other's weaknesses.
Quiet.
Taurus and Scorpio have tons in common, but because their personalities are both so powerful, they often swing between passionate love and passionate disagreement. Do you think, is there any truth to that?
There was till the end. We don't disagree. The only things we disagree on is one for the road. No, one time I got up, I had to leave dinner. Okay.
What are you going to tell? I don't even know
No,
what
one
story
time I had to leave dinner because I had to work the next day. And we're all sitting there at dinner and we were having a beautiful dinner and drinks and having this great time. And I said, I'm so sorry, I really have to leave. And I get up in this nice restaurant and I start walking out and George goes, quitter! Julia Roberts is a quitter!
Yeah, you got to throw her under the bus every once in a while.
Yeah.
You know, somebody has to throw her under the bus. Everybody's, oh, Julia. No,
So
no.
that's
what you do.
Those are our
I
disagreements.
love that. Do y'all think you'll be working again together in a movie?
It's not going to happen. I've learned my lesson. You know, it took 5 or 6 times, but I've learned. You know, no.
Y'all are
Meanwhile, he's put me in his contract. He can't live without me on screen.
Of course not.
Yeah, why not?
She's also the best available, you know, really.
Available.
I love you guys so much. Thank you. It's so
take
fun
a nap
to
now.
I know. It's fun to watch.
We wear you out.
High-profile movies are just now being rolled out. Among the first is the romantic comedy Notting Hill. It tells the story of an unlikely romance between the world's most famous actress, played by Julia Roberts, of course, and a shy London bookseller, played by Hugh Grant.
The thing that's so irritating is that now I'm so totally fierce when it comes to nudity clauses.
You actually have clauses in your contract about nudity?
Definitely. You may show the dent of the top of the artist's buttocks, but neither cheek. Or if there's a stunt bottom being used, artist must have full consultation.
You have a stunt bottom?
Well, I could have a stunt bottom, yes.
Wow, and are people tempted to go for better bottoms than their own?
Yeah, I mean, I would.
Julia Roberts, good morning. Nice to see you again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Gee, what original question could I ask you? You play a world-famous movie star, Anna Scott. Could you relate to her? I'm kidding. Poor
People don't
Julia.
realize we just had this conversation. We were chatting about this.
Well, people don't probably realize that you've been asked over and over again about the parallels between this woman you play, who's gracing every magazine cover in the world, and your real life. When you were first approached about this, I understand you thought the idea stunk. And then as you read the script, you thought, I could really do this. What was it about the script that made you think you could take the plunge?
Well, because I felt that the story was so beautifully constructed, and I felt that really the idea of her being a famous actor was just a great contrivance to show real extremes of people's lives and how to make things that are so drastically different work. Because I think these two characters are different on so many levels, culturally and just sort of their upbringing and all that, separate and apart from their jobs.
They really are. I mean, she's
Yeah.
like the princess of popular culture. He hasn't heard of anything. I mean, he's been basically living under a rock. A few of the things I was like, oh, come on, you've heard of that. But he really is sort of disengaged from what's going on in the world.
Yeah. But I just loved it. I loved it. And Richard Curtis is a brilliant writer. And he really constructed a story that I just felt I wanted to participate in telling.
He wrote 4 Weddings and a Funeral, right? And a lot of the movie really is sort of ensemble acting. Was that fun for you, working with these actors?
Well, it was fun. It was daunting in a way, because we'd all be, sitting around this table, and I'm telling you, English people can say anything and sound clever, charming, and just so smart.
Right.
And then I would sort of open my nasal mouth and be like, what are you talking about, And every time I get my heart broken, the newspapers splash it about as though it's entertainment. And it's taken 2 rather painful operations to get me looking like this.
Really?
No, nice try, gorgeous, but you don't fool anyone.
Just to sit there at that table and sort of watch them each have their shining moment was so exciting as an actor, just to witness.
There is sort of a moment of truth there about celebrity, and I'm sure you've been talking about this ad nauseum and about some of the downsides of celebrity status. Do you think a lot of people, though, will see this movie, and obviously Anna Scott is experiencing the downside of being famous, but they might kind of say, boo-hoo?
Well, I kind of said boo-hoo to her. But at a certain point, you have to realize that she's doing the best that she can. And if the best that she can do is to be a little whiny or to not take the highest road with a situation, that's okay. I mean, it's not my place. It's just not anyone's place to judge her experience, because I think where she's at in her life, she hasn't really come to terms with how famous she is or the opportunities that she's given. And I think by the end of the movie, she's really getting there.
But it also is true that while most famous people wouldn't trade it, there are things about it that are really difficult at times, without sounding whiny.
Yeah, there are things that are more challenging than other things, and things that test the patience more than other things. But all workable, all achievable. I had someone say to me the other night at the premiere, I'm dressed to the teeth. I'm there with my man. My hair looks fabulous. And she said, could you tell us about the downside of fame? I said, baby, look at me. You see a downside? Like, what are you talking about? And it really is all about the way you choose to view it.
You're doing another movie with Richard Gere. I'm sure that every person in America has asked you this as well, but it's called Runaway Bride. It is not Pretty Woman 2, but it really is just teaming up the two of you again, and Gary Marshall as well. Are you happy with it?
Well, I haven't seen it, but we sure had a lot of fun making it.
Was it like the old days, or?
Well, no, because the difference between being 20 and being 30 is vast. I'm like a different person now. And so it was really interesting on a Freudian level, where I've become very kind of the pop psychologist, So on that level, I was fascinated at every turn. And it was nice because we had
some of the same cast that we had in Pretty Woman came in and did things for us.
Right,
Hector Elizondo.
the guy from the Ginkgo biloba commercials now. I love him.
Oh, Hector. Yeah.
He's always talking about ginkgo biloba now.
He's
But
also
anyway,
on Chicago Hope.
I know.
which
I know.
think
More important. We digress. The movie is called Notting Hill. Julia Roberts, it's really fun talking to you. And we'll be back in a moment. Julia and I are going shopping, though.
Well, how are you doing? I know every day is different. How do you feel today?
Yes, it is the strange thing about MS. It really is so variable and changes. I'm feeling really great now. I mean, I'm here with you. We're in front of a fire. I have my dog. I'm going to see my horse. I wrote a book.
The book is phenomenal. I'll just say it. You are a writer, Selma Blair.
Thank you. It means so much.
It's hard enough to write a book. It's harder still to do it when you don't have all your faculties about you every day.
It was the kindness of strangers who are no longer strangers. Brittany Bloom and my book agent at the book group and Julie, the space they held for me and helping me type. I would send on a yellow legal pad and take a picture. Be like, can you type this? And now, of course, now that the book's finished, I can read them right just fine. Suspicious.
I know. Funny how that works.
But we got through it.
And how do you feel knowing it's about to be out in the universe?
I'm thrilled because when I did come out with the MS diagnosis, it really felt freeing. But mostly to see that it helped other people just have a touchstone made me feel really good. It made me feel more useful. I'd always get on myself, oh, you're lazy, you want to sleep. But then when I realized just at least by the act of being as honest as I could, it did something for other people, and that in turn empowered me. And it's just a whole thing of we're all in this together.
Well, it's called Mean Baby. You got to explain the title.
When I was just born, people came over to visit the new Beitner baby. That was my last name. And they ran out of that house. These teenagers, don't go over there. The Beitners have a mean baby. And it stuck. The things you're called, how they become part of your story, whether you mean to or not sometimes.
You write in the book about some very painful episodes, including you wrote about a teacher, an educator who violated you. And you say, he didn't rape me, but he broke me.
He broke me. I loved him. Loved him. Father figure. Having a personal betrayal of someone that loves you, be so inconsiderate of your life path, really hurt. It hurt me, and I miss him still as a friend, the person that I had met and cared for as a mentor. But
it feels to me you were quite courageous.
I discovered wonderful things writing the book, like how much I had witnessed of friends and what I'd witnessed and what a gift that was here, and even, how much I loved sharing things with people. But it wasn't until writing this book, and there is this mention of a rape, it was something I didn't even think of, because I think there were so many trespasses on my life, or things were cloudy with my shame, such a deep shame of my drinking in the past, that I was talking one day to Brittany, and I immediately told this after this spring break trip, and I said, but I won't, I'm not gonna write that in the book. And she said, well, maybe you want to. And then I thought, oh, of course I have to. So many people have had some similar experiences that you just tuck away, because you think people are going to say, what did you do? And why didn't you report? And why didn't you do? I was a kid. I was young. And even now, it's hard to report stuff. It's hard. It's really hard. And so I put it in the book, and I even cringed as I was doing the audiobook, because I thought, How many more stories do I have like this that I didn't even acknowledge because there's so many? And I felt so sad for my body. I felt so sad.
It kind of took the book and this process to even make you realize that you were a victim.
People can take advantage, and then you're just too ashamed to say anything, and then you just bury it, and you bury it. You really do. And things do come back later when you're in a safer spot, but you still feel unsafe to say it. But I realize I am safe, and yeah, I am glad it's in the book. It's a big deal to have these things happen and to hold that shame in your cells like it's you. Like it's all you are, is someone that's not worth helping on the side of the road, that you're worth someone to say, she's nothing. I'll never see her again. She's probably passed out the whole night. You know,
Well, the body remembers.
The body remembers. And I want it to remember some love. I want it to remember this day. I want to remember this pink sweater and this dog and my son. I want to remember. I want to remember all the things that feel good. I want other people to too. Don't be so indignant because we can't all have our ways. Let's move forward and help each other. Sometimes when horrible things happen, the shame cycle is so big. And I wanted to say, there is no real room for guilt in moving forward. There isn't. There's not much I feel ashamed of anymore, because it just happened. And I did it, or someone did it to me, and I'm okay now. But things will keep happening, and I'll keep having to figure out how to rise above.
And in some ways, it's that frame of mind that helped you finally get rid of alcohol and kick alcohol out of your life. How did you finally conquer it? What made the difference for you?
It was only self-medicating, and it wasn't working anymore. And when there was public humiliation and I owned it, there's no going back. I mean, now that I was a mother, it just changed everything.
I think that's incredibly inspiring. When you've made mistakes, you own them, and you turn the page, and you smile and go forward.
You do what you can to make it right for those affected and yourself. And it's important that you acknowledge, really acknowledge, and nothing's gonna help by still beating yourself up.
You write in the book, I desperately love a story. We all have one. I carry mine inside me. You carry yours inside you. I can hear mine now in my own voice, strong and clear. What's your story?
My story is that people would say to me, and I would roll my eyes when they, don't give up before the miracle, don't commit suicide, because I really was. I could not picture living long. But I think that my story really is that I am figuring it out now, and I am kind to myself, and I really do have the capability to love.
You're not the mean baby.
I'm not the mean baby. I mean, we all can be a mean baby sometimes.
Well, she needs to come out sometimes.
I mean, for sure.
Let's talk about your mom. It struck me that she was extraordinarily complex, glamorous, and beautiful, and dynamic, and also emotionally elusive to you at times and sometimes cruel.
I mean, I still adore my mother. She's the most important. My sisters, we cherish her, adore her. She's on a pedestal. But no, she was not a cuddly woman. She was a role model. She was a judge. She was a million things. But her idea of me was not going to be met with what I was, I guess. I find it is so universal that we adore our parent so much, but it's complicated.
I felt how torn you could be about your mom, who you clearly adored, and she adored you. And yet there were stories that you reveal in the book that are kind of jaw-dropping.
It's hard because when you grow up with someone like that, you don't realize, because I'm a little like her too. You know, so you don't realize how like outlandish some things can seem when someone's kind of eccentric.
Yeah.
But my son said it to me. I told him, you know, my mother, she was so critical by nature. And he's like you. And I'm like, oh, I am, but I think you're perfect. He's like, all you do is nag at me. Oh, wow. Like that's my kind of love language, thinking I could pick apart someone to make them better or something.
I was really struck by when you were a little girl, one of the first things you learned is your mom saying, I wasn't sure when I was pregnant with my last baby that I really wanted to have a baby.
But you know, in her defense to say, I didn't want you, it wasn't meant to be hateful. She meant it to say, oh, that would have been such a mistake to get rid of you. Thank God I have baby Blair.
What was it like to grow up in that house?
I felt like dying growing up. I mean, I did, and that's why I feel like I'm such a miracle right now, that I actually want to live. I want to be here. I want to enjoy this. I was so confused and lost and terrified. I was a terrified baby.
And your mom would introduce you as, and this is Blair
this
or
is
Selma.
Blair, Selma, you both. I went by both. This is Selma. This is the manic depressive. I have never been diagnosed with mania or depression tons.
That's a
Mania,
label
no.
to put on a little kid.
But you know, it's dramatic. I think she meant it as a badge of honor. Like, I don't suffer fools. Like, we got real problems here. My kid's very grounded. She's very deep and disturbed. You know, I think that she felt it out of gravity.
Why were you so scared as a little girl?
Who wouldn't be? Look at where we are. It's so weird. And then you know you're gonna die one day, and your mother's gonna die, and your sisters. I mean, it's terrifying to be a child and so readily be able to explore the scarier things in life. It was a preoccupation. And I'm sure that drinking probably really cemented that feeling in me.
You had your first drink when you were a little girl, 7 years old.
Yeah, my first drunk when I was 7. I had my first drinks, you know, much younger.
Can you tell me about that?
I thought it was God. It was at Passover Seder's that I had my first drinks, and I always thought that was God. And then when I realized it wasn't, I was like, how convenient. It's in a bottle. I mean, it's even as a little kid, you're like, that's a comfort.
So you started at 7, you drank through elementary school, middle school, high school, college. How did you do it? I mean, how did you function?
I don't know how I did it. It all makes sense why I was so exhausted. But it was hard. I don't know, but maybe it was easier. Maybe I would have never survived without a drink.
How did it relieve your pain and your fears?
Transitions have always been hard for me, and the MS made that very evident. So the drinking it made me feel warm and comfortable and part of people in this earth.
You had a lot of physical ailments since you were a little girl. I mean, you tell the story about telling your mom your leg hurt.
She's like, cut it out, Selma. I mean, I was made fun of my whole life for that leg. And I'm like, this,
and it was
this leg,
it was
leg
that
I can't
leg.
feel. Yeah, it was.
And you had a fever for 3 years.
I did. It was a big deal. I mean, doctors thought I had leukemia. We didn't know. I didn't. But I had a constant high fever. I had so many things that were so indicative of MS growing and optical neuritis young and losing my vision for good.
Do you feel, when you look at those physical ailments as a child, have you ever been told that probably was the beginning of MS, or that's somehow connected?
Absolutely, the ailments as a kid connected. I don't know if I really did have juvenile MS at like 6 when we noticed my eye was first going or movements, but I do know for sure I had it by the age of 23, and it was definitely there for so long. And the pain is still there. I'm in remission. I built no new lesions, but I still have the, some brain damage and things that are there, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay. I'm grateful because I'm doing so much better.
Let's talk about your MS diagnosis. How do you feel about the fact that it took so long to get a proper diagnosis?
It never occurred to me. Never occurred to me to have a neurological illness.
That was the onset of MS, which is just a symptom of a really unhealthy immune system.
I thought I had a million things that weren't what they were. And I would have been a lot kinder to myself if I didn't feel the need to self-medicate or check out or get through. I mean, I wasn't always checking out. I was really trying to be as capable as I could be, and I had no idea, and I was really cruel to myself. I treated myself like garbage.
And the medical community sometimes was saying, maybe it's in your mind.
It's like, oh, you're fine, you're dramatic, you're talkative, But I would say, I am so tired, I can't move, and this has been going on for 20 years. Even that doctor that diagnosed me, he was saying this might be functional, emotional, what traumas happened. And I fell asleep in his office, and he said to my boyfriend at the time, what's she doing? And he's like, oh, she falls asleep everywhere. And he's like, oh, wait, stand up. Put your arms out, shut your eyes. Plank, fell over, like had no idea of proprioception. I didn't know I had proprioception issues. I didn't know that my vision was a hallway. Because if you've had it your whole life, you just think that's how everyone is. It was mind-blowing to realize there was a diagnosis for this and that other people have it and don't know. And I don't mean to be tough on the doctors, but you really gotta do better for the women. You have to do better for all of us in diagnosing these things.
You didn't have to come out publicly. You didn't have to share your journey. Why did you make that choice?
I hadn't worked for years because I had been so sick, and it was kind of flaring worse because I was going back to work. I was getting on planes, the planes make it worse. I was falling apart in airports. I couldn't get out of the fetal position or else my body would spasm. And I was getting vertigo all the time. And the doctor even said, with the best intentions, don't tell people. Like, just don't. We're gonna get this under control. But because I had such a bad reaction to the first treatment, it made it so much worse. I was really having a lot of movement and speech difficulties that were exacerbated by the prednisone. It just kept getting worse as the diagnosis went on. So the stem cell really helped. But coming out and talking about it, the story would be told anyhow. So I wanted to gain control of that. And I didn't realize how empowering it would be and how empowered I would be to then tell the truth forevermore after that.
What did you think when you started seeing the reaction?
I was so touched and I felt so thrilled. Oh, this is what it is to just be a human and show up. And to think that there's even a moment that I could have comforted someone or given them an option or think about maybe if stem cells right for them. I'm really, really happy to be able to walk into this space of empowerment and realizing I am a calm and stable grown-up. I'm okay, even though I've not always been.
You had a big night at the Vanity Fair party. That was your first night coming out since your diagnosis. What did it take to do it, and what did it mean to you to be there?
I had no idea how much it would mean to show up trying to look my best in a really aggressive flare. And that was a real coming out party for me because I know it meant something to other people and certainly to people with more radical disabilities to see an in, you know, oh right, this world is ours too. We might not see the ramp there on the stage, but there's people coming to use it and I'm gonna be one of them.
I remember our moment meeting.
And I loved you so much and you were such a sister to me. And we were in the bathroom and I felt really nervous and you really took my hand. I had the cane, I had the dress, but everyone scurried away, as they should, and you stayed. I was overwhelmed that night and it was hard. I was afraid that I would vomit. That used to happen out of nowhere. I was afraid I'd trip and ruin the dress. Just really very real things of, oh my God, I'm not in the same body. And I just cried because of gratitude, but also, I don't know if I can get through this night.
Yeah, it was courageous. You wrote that you never practiced the Oscar speech in front of a mirror, that you never really had those leading lady aspirations.
No.
Why not?
I never felt I was the one leading the pack here. I was very comfortable to witness the greats and be a part of it. But I dare say, I'd probably chase that leading lady role a little harder now. But I didn't have it in me before. I didn't want to.
Well, maybe you
I didn't even want to, but maybe I will one day. Maybe it will be there for me. I mean, I'm improving on all the ways. But consistency is really key on a set, and the energy, and certain triggers will make my body do different things. And I'm not embarrassed of it, but I don't want to take people's time. But yet I would like to. I saw Christina Applegate, you know, she did the last season of Dead to Me, and she was really dealing with a lot of major health challenges, and watching her do it, that was an inspiration. So it's like, okay, if I were ever be able to go back to work, I'd want it to be incredible.
That brings us to the documentary, because the documentary really tells the story. When I watched the documentary, the word that I thought of was fearless. You were fearless.
I'm so sorry, I can't talk right now. We're shooting the final days of my life.
You showed it all.
Yeah.
Why did you want to do that?
Because what I was going through with MS looked nothing like, I just couldn't find it. Jen Brea, she did a documentary I saw called Unrest She had like an inflammatory, like there was an encephalitis issue, and very similar to what I was going through. And I thought, I can't believe a woman is showing this and not afraid someone's gonna put her in a straitjacket.
And if you say too much, they think you're a mental patient.
The doctor would tell me, you're just dehydrated. Everyone gets stressed.
I was always so afraid of losing credibility. And so she gave me permission. That documentary of opening her life made me feel like I had permission to also have that impact for someone. I've had MS many years. I had a very late diagnosis. I've had it at least 25 years, at least. So I had nothing. There was any embarrassment I could get over. But if there's someone else that it would move the needle for them to have some agency in their life and to trust themselves, no matter how odd or dramatic or nothing their symptoms might be from day to day. Because this is the stuff I was afraid of.
Let's talk about Arthur, that sweet boy. In a way, the documentary was for him. Why did you want him to see this someday? Has he seen it?
He has seen it, finally. He went to the premiere. He is. He's like, it wasn't that boring. Thanks. He liked it. When I was going to do stem cell, I thought because I felt so physically and emotionally so awful and drained that I did think there's a chance I won't make it. And so I did want that to be to him, knowing that if I did go because my body had given out, that I wanted him to know that I really wanted to be here with him. I really wanted to take the steps that it took to be here. Because I was really one of those people that was like, no way, even if I have cancer, I'll never do chemo. That's just the worst thing for your body. I had a real feeling about that. And then when I felt the chemo and I felt better, it's like, okay, just let go of what you're thinking and just try and feel better for your son. But yeah, you can die. I thought if anyone would die, it would be me in that moment because I was just so tired. Oh. So I did it for him, really, to just say, I did want to communicate with you. You're too young to really care now, and I don't tell you, but I want you to know you're the first thing on my mind and the last thing on my mind.
You fought to still be here.
Yeah.
With everything you've got.
Well. I really did, and I know we all will come to times where we're gonna have to fight harder than we think, and I was supported. I was lucky.
What do you hope he sees when he sees you moving through the world?
I hope he sees that when you have something that could potentially be a real setback, in time, it might not happen right away, but in time, set yourself up to recover, you know? And I don't want him to feel ashamed or too scared that he can't move forward. I am so grateful that I'm moving forward because I did not want to my whole life. I wanted to figure out how to die with the least pain possible. And I don't now.
What kind of mom do you think you are?
Embarrassing. I talk too much to strangers. But I think I am fun. He loves that I'm willing. If he wakes me up in the middle of the night and he can't sleep, it's like, okay, let's go find an adventure. Like for an hour, and then we'll go back to bed. There's things that I see that I was scared of that he doesn't have at all. I give him. He does not want the effusive love that I craved from my mother. So he'll have his own memoir about how I, tried to kiss him too much. But I give him tons of space. I can really see him as his own person, but I love that I'm the person he comes to, that he trusts the most.
You went and saw a psychic or a fortune teller, and this person told you you're going to be an advocate.
It was Tyler Henry. And I was like, is there anything in my future? And he's like, I don't really see you acting. And I was like, cut the tapes, guys. I want people to think, but I had been really sick for a long time. And he did say, I see you being an advocate. I never saw in a million years that I would be an advocate of let's calm, regroup, and figure out how to move forward. And I'm here.
Your inspiration comes from overcoming, whether it's MS or addiction or abuse or hardship or it's overcoming.
It's such a relief to give myself permission to say it's okay. No matter what, the guilt doesn't move through. I have to realize that.
It's okay to
So
be
it's
light.
not that I'm being cocky of
Yes.
saying like, oh, forgive myself for these things, but truthfully, you're not going to help anyone else until you've forgiven yourself. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to tea.
It's nice.
This
Welcome.
is our tea. We should do that. Aren't you supposed to lift your pinky? Do you know how to do it properly? Like the
no,
royal? Neither do
no.
I. Okay.
I end up doing it kind of like America. Oh no, let's do it like we're in England. It's like cold outside, you know. I think this is now just so you could say, you know, Savannah Guthrie appeared at the Carlisle
That's
Hotel.
right. I'm hoping it will enhance my
What-
reputation.
No, what? Look, dump this stuff. Get your own thing. And just call it Savannah at the Carlisle. Joining Savannah at Carlisle.
Having tea with Tom.
Come on.
I know. Listen, I'm signed up. Are you signed up with me? You've already been my co-anchor once.
Listen. You and I, we have like a road show that we could do now.
We have a shtick.
Well, I know we've been to Indianapolis.
Yes, we
We've
have.
been to D.C. a couple of times.
Many
right?
times,
Where,
yes.
Where do you want to go?
I don't know. Can it be somewhere warm? I don't know. Like
Not this
Savannah
time of
and
year.
Tom tour great spa locations of the world.
All right, that's it. Cut to, yeah. How about that? Us laying on just, you know.
Yeah.
Let's do a shot of us. We're getting massages. And the camera's underneath those holes where you put your
Yes,
face.
it's very
and we could just
flattering.
talk to each other. Oh, it'd be very flattering.
We could chat. Well, you actually.
Crack staff.
I know,
Can you get
exactly.
on that?
Let's get
They're
on
waving
it.
over there.
Bahamas first.
They're waving over there.
I mean, you actually, you meditate, right?
I do.
You're very much on the wellness path. I can learn a thing from
Okay,
you.
all right. You got to maintain that temple, Savannah. You got to
Yes.
take care of it. So the mind. I've only been meditating. You know who taught I should stop meditating?
Who?
Jerry Seinfeld.
Really?
Yeah, I met Jerry. It's a famous people's club. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Tom. We don't really know each other that much.
I'm not ever invited.
And I said, so Tom, what are you up to? And I said, well, I've been working. I'm taking a year off. Really? You're taking a year off? Why would you take a year off? You know, they're comedians.
Yeah.
So why would you take a year off? I said, well, I'm just really tired. I've been working like 6 years. Well, don't you meditate? And I said, no, I do not. I'm not Goldie Hawn. I don't wear yoga pants, and I don't, have wind chimes in my. No, you've got to. I've been doing it since college. I'm going to have you taught how to. And so he did. He put me together with his teacher, and it's a odd, easy, life-changing thing. And should everybody do it? Sure, why not?
Okay, let's talk about your new project. Did you like getting in touch with your inner crank?
Hey, no. Don't you dare let that little rat dog piss on my walkway again. Get out of here. Listen, everybody has one. And my brat kids will probably tell you, when is Dad not in charge with his inner crank?
See, no, wait, I have to stop right there because you are known by reputation and experience
okay.
as the nicest person
Well, I
in
like
America.
to use the word fascinating as opposed to nice. I am one of the more fascinating people. But listen, we have all been stuck in traffic, right? And someone up ahead does not use their turn signal, right? And if they would just do that common courtesy, everybody would know a little bit better. And then you won't end up swearing, a blue streak at the people who did not use their left turn signal. Or, say for example, you pick up a remote to your audio-visual system at home, and you press menu, and you press input, and you press select, and you do all those things, and it never, ever, ever works. I'm going to tell you something right now. I once was trying to get a DVD to play, and I kept pressing all the buttons. And you know what the DVD told me? Like literally in it said goodbye. It said goodbye. And I was just trying to play, like Citizen Kane or something like that. So when that stuff happens, I do, in fact, go absolutely berserk, vocally for a long time.
So you do. You have a dark side.
It is when I begin any conversation with this, let me get this straight. Oh, I'm gone.
Oh.
I mean, I'm already gone. Staff, does that not happen on occasion?
Staff.
Yeah, they're over there, so rolling their eyes. Happens all the time. Why would it work for me? Isn't that another one I always say?
Yeah.
Why would it work for me? A Bluetooth, a printer thing, a key in a lock, a coffee maker. Why would it work for me? It never does.
I'm feeling your grouchiness. You've turned me into a believer.
I'm ramping up here.
Staff,
I'm ramping
I feel
up,
sorry
Savannah.
for you.
See, this is what happens.
It is true, though, that there have been whole profiles written about what a good guy
Yeah,
you
well,
are.
look, I'm a nice, I wake up happy.
You are a nice
by-
guy. People
by and
always
large.
ask
I
me.
cut people a lot of slack,
Yeah.
and listen, it's all a self-defense mechanism to keep myself entertained.
Yeah.
I'm very selfish in that regard.
When people ask me if you're really so nice, I say no. But I'm just trying to enhance your
What would you,
reputation.
could you say something other than, well, he's very professional, be very precise. He lives his life with a lot of fidelity. Can you say something like that?
I say he is loving and warm to all he
That's
encounters.
much better than the NICE word, because that makes me sound like a pushover.
I know. I want you to have that
I
edge.
am not a pushover.
No, edge. And I think Otto has some edge, and I was glad to see you get out that inner grumpiness.
Right, but yeah, listen, I wish I had lived a life where people would truly fear me, but I've tried to come in like angry. I just make everybody laugh. So, me, hey, let me get this straight. You're so funny. I can never get across that barrier.
Tell me about what made you want to do this movie. I heard that you'd read the book, and then you saw
Well,
the-
actually, we saw the foreign film first. It was about 5 or 6 years ago.
You just watch a lot of Swedish movies?
Well, the foreign films at the time, at the end of the year, because sometimes you get like packs.
Oh, yeah.
As a matter of fact, the Academy used to send out, here are the 5 foreign films, and the foreign films are always interesting because they're off the cuff. They're usually about another culture that we're not supremely, familiar with. Asia, countries from Africa. This was Sweden. You think you know everything about Sweden. And the movie is a man called Uwe, which is from the book. And that he was railing against sort of like the way certain societies work, particularly in the Nordic countries. That was all over in spades, and that really translates to the United States in a lot of ways. You can fight the system. You can be angry against the system. But there was a bigger element to it that I thought this was a guy who has no faith in the future, meaning that he can rely on nobody. He's kind of like running the victim narrative. These people let me down, and those people across the street are no good, and no one looks after this except I'm the only one that cares. Yeah. Every time the phone rings, we did that thing. Remember that one phone robot that was calling up, and a lady said, "Hello, hi, can you hear me?"
Oh, the robocall.
That one.
Yes.
We put that in because you can't even pick up your phone innocently anymore without being manipulated by our corporate overlords.
He disconnects the service after that scene.
Yeah, right after he starts yelling over the thing. So that's where he is. That I felt that Otto. There's a great performance by a fabulous Swedish actor named Rolf Lassgård who played Ove. I said there's already been an Ove. I will call this guy. We will be Otto. I will be Otto. There's so many categories in American life right now of us versus them, plus or minus, on the right side, on the rock side, in favor. And I thought that was that we could really tear up an examination of that sort of theme. Because look, at the end of the day, a movie has to live up to the theme that's examining, that it is examining. And 2 hours is a long time to invest in this case, a man who has faith in nobody but himself.
But it's not, it is, there are moments where you just cringe because Otto's so grumpy and so mean.
He's
You're
so
like,
right.
why can't you just say thank you
He's
to that
correct.
lovely lady across the street?
Oh,
you know?
I get that.
Well, we wanted to properly introduce ourselves because, we're going to be neighbors and everything, so.
Okay. Bye.
Then you learn that at the bottom of it, like everyone, he has a story and a perspective, grief and hopelessness and loneliness.
This is the thing that I think comes, and I must say that this is what cinema does for me as a moviegoer, is that you learn other people's stories. And no one is a stranger once you know their story. Everybody's a stranger if you jump to the stereotype of who they are and what they want and what they like. But as soon as you learn a little bit about a neighbor or the history of somebody, well, guess what? You end up saying, well, I've kind of been through that same sort of thing myself, so maybe we actually have some things in common. Granted, he has lost a number of common, polite discourse. He does not know how to say thank you. No. He needs how to say, well, I have to go. That's not the same thing.
He's not really fit for polite society.
No. No.
But he changes.
Well, like everybody does, he changes because some form of, cyclone hits town in the course of his neighbor Marisol, who comes from a different culture, that speaks a different language, that is loud and noisy and doesn't know what the rules are. But if you look at them, they have an awful lot of things in common. And there's a moment where the very first time we met in the film, Otto comes running out of his house saying, "What?" They're trying to back up a trailer, you know, and he comes out, What in the hell is he trying to do?" And Marisol, Mariana, she says, "I know, that's what I've been saying." So actually, the first time they meet, they agree on how crazy something is, and that is actually a hint to how much they have in common. She is extremely forceful in a proactive kind of way, and he's extremely forceful in a defensive kind of way.
They're both truth tellers in a certain way.
Hello, I called it Hurricane Marisol. It's like, you know, that thing that happens when like natural disasters hit a neighborhood. Everybody comes out. Yeah. Everybody starts cleaning up. Everybody starts looking after each other. It's almost unfortunate that it requires that for a neighborhood in order to get start looking after each other. But there is something incredibly powerful, and not to, in a lot of ways, not to the natural inclinations of an awful lot of people, it comes to an awful lot of Americans, to go across the street, knock on the door and say, "You okay over here?" And the opposite, the other thing, the complement to that is knock on the door and say, "Hey, can you help me with something right now?" Soon as that starts happening on a city block or in your neighborhood on a street, extraordinary things happen.
It's a big theme, the found family, the family that not that you're born with, but the family you choose.
That's exactly right, because you don't get to choose.
It's like I won the lottery.
You did. Ding, 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 ding.
Did I get an
bang
A?
the teacup. You have nailed it. You have nailed it. Everything after, you know, we marry the people we love. Our family is not a choice. We are born into it. But everything else after that is a choice, and it is what we choose to do, how we choose to look after our stuff, how we choose to treat essentially the people that live within 100 yards of you. That's where you get into the I think the give and take of what is your definition of a quality of life? Is it to belong to something bigger than yourself, or is it your property and your property only, and screw everybody else? Can I say screw on the Today Show?
Oh, you sure can.
What I mean is you take a thing and you screw it in.
Let's talk about your son Truman. This is his first acting role. Were you kind of blown away at how he carried that part? I know you're biased, but I mean, he really carried it.
You have two kids, and you have already told me that they're both children of the Renaissance. They can do anything they can possibly imagine, because they're the most brilliant kids on the planet Earth. Is that right?
Well,
I got news for you. No, they're not. My kids are. They're all four of them are just absolutely stunning. All my kids are artists in these odd, kind of like fascinating ways. And Truman, who is either burdened or blessed by resembling myself at the same age as him, He's 26, and when I was 26, we resembled we looked an awful lot alike. And Mark Forster, our fabulous director, just says, you know what? It's always so fake in order to get somebody else to come in and play you because they never like look at it. Could maybe Truman do this? And we said Truman has no desire to be an actor. He is behind the camera. He's actually in the union. He's been camera utility. Wants to be has been a cinematographer. And that's what he wants to do. But they met and they talked, and we said, well, I'm going to stand back from this. I'm not going to put any pressure on anybody. And when our son said, I don't know if I want to do this or not. It might be great. We said, well, the experience is incredible. Just understand, this is not autographs and sunglasses, man. This is showing up and hitting the mark and finding the truth and combating the biggest barrier, I think, to being an artist, being an actor, is to combat self-consciousness. And that doesn't come naturally, that can come after time.
Did you give him any tips?
No.
Did he ask for any?
No. I said, dude, there's only one way to do this, and that's by way of your instinct. We compared notes on the character, but he's the younger me, so I was watching him. I'd said one thing. Lead with your knuckles. That's the only, and whatever that means.
What does that mean?
Well, it means when you storm off and you're angry,
yeah,
you just turn your knuckles out to the front. Yeah, I don't know what that meant.
That's very practical. I thought you were going to go deep. I thought that was like a metaphor for something.
Well, it alters your body.
Yeah.
It alters the way you storm off, and actually, it is kind of deep. You end up searching for all these things that are just going to turn you into the character.
On the days that he shot, would you go and watch?
No, I didn't watch a thing. There was one day where he was in the shot before I was, and we said, hey, how's it going? Hey, I got the morning off. That's about all I said. But there was one day when we were on the same set because he was a reflection in a thing. And two things have to go on. One is I have to be occupied only with what I'm doing as old Otto. But then young Otto was there, and on the periphery, here's our son, going about it. You got to treat him as a regular actor, but at the same time, I remember driving him in carpool when he was 7 years old.
Yeah.
So that crosses your mind.
And it's his first role. I mean, I know how I feel when my daughter does the 5-year-old's Matilda. I'm sitting there like hoping she's gonna hit that line.
Yeah.
Did you feel nervous for him or scared?
Yes, but there's only one way to do it, and that is to wrestle the beast.
Yeah.
I saw him. Look, he played Danny Zuko in Grease in junior high school. I was more nervous for him for that than I was in the movie. Because the good thing about a movie is, hey, if it's no good, it's not going to be in the movie. They will cut around you. Maybe I did. I might have said that too.
Oh, that's comforting.
Well, no, because
don't worry, they'll just cut your part out.
No, it's actually said you don't.
You are cranky.
You don't have to worry because if it stinks, it won't be in the movie.
Oh.
They'll only use the good parts, if you're lucky. But that's also kind of like a sentence as well. But it is, hey, let go. Just let go, because if it's lousy, the director won't use it. Is that a good thing to say to anybody in a movie? I don't know.
When I interview him, I'll ask him.
Okay.
How was your father's advice?
I don't know. I actually, maybe I said this stuff or not. Maybe I was a benevolent presence or not. I have no idea.
It's a family affair because Rita is the executive producer as well.
No, she's the on-set producer.
Okay.
She was there dealing with like budget phone calls.
Oh, really?
Putting out fires and so I said, I think producing is always, maybe your staff will know this. Producing anything is doing one of two things. You call somebody up and beg them to do something they don't want to do. Please, please, please do this. Please do it. Please do it. Please be on time. Please do it. That's one phone call. The other phone call that says, you know that thing you wanted to do? Well, you don't get to do that. No, I'm not going to no, you can't do it. No, we're not going to do it. It's a horrible job. My wife loves it. Rita loves it. Between that and writing and performing the song that's over that's actually one of the on the short list for the thing. That's what she lives for. But she was very nervous about. You're going to talk to her? I don't know if you are.
I don't think so.
Can
you get me an interview?
She was nervous. I'll see what. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I control.
I'll take her and
I
Truman.
Control that. Yeah. I do that. She wasn't sure she wanted to do that because the director makes that final choice, and that could have been a very uncomfortable thing if he didn't like the song.
Well, they'll just cut you out if they don't like it.
That's
what my friend
happens.
told me.
I hope that happens on the Today Show too. If it's
I
not
wish
a
it
great
would.
moment, they'll cut it out.
No, it's live.
Cut to the weather.
Just
this
like
is
this.
not live.
This isn't.
Okay. Well.
No, we would
all
put
right.
you on an 8-second delay in case you're gonna.
Hey,
curse.
why? Because I'm so cranky?
In case you might say screw
I
or
might say
something that we'd have to
screw
bleep
somebody.
out.
By the way, if you did that, what would be wrong with that? You know,
What, cutting it out?
Just bleep somebody. Just bleep, 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 bleep. Might
We've
be
had.
more
I think we've
interesting.
bleeped from time to time.
Oh, really?
But not for me, I don't think. Well, I might have once. But anyway, we digress.
Oh, well, I'll ask your crack stuff.
One of your co-stars is a scruffy cat.
Schmegel the cat. I said right off the bat, you guys are insane to make this a cat. You're not taking over my bed. Cats are untrainable. Make it a dog, man. Dogs learn everything. Dogs will look at you when you're on the spot. Cats will only do exactly what they want to do. And it was true with Schmegel. It just so happened that he didn't mind making a movie after a while. He fled the set a couple of times in which everybody just freezes. And the animal folks say, they coast it back. But other times he laid right where he wanted to lay and looked at me the way he wanted to look at me. And he's a cat.
Diva, I think you've answered my question, which I was afraid would divide America. Tom Hanks, cat person or dog person?
Oh, I like him. Well, we had a dog. The only reason we
now
don't.
you're stammering. I know it's a very difficult question.
But screw this.
Bird.
It just so happens I'm married to somebody who is allergic to cats.
Okay.
So that takes the cat out of my responsibility.
Okay.
And we do have had plenty of dogs. I happen to enjoy them both, and we probably lived in enough places we could have kept them separated. But with a lady allergic to cats, that's that.
Well,
I happen.
Saved by the bell.
Schmegel, and you can see Schmegel Bagel. There are plenty of times where I got to this place where an arm up underneath, and he's hanging there like that.
Yeah.
He seemed to be very, very comfortable in my hands.
Yeah,
in my arms,
and you
which
comfortable
I
with
like.
Schmegel as well.
Oh, I love Schmegel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good kitty cat.
bonded over the years over Hidden Heroes and helping veterans. I hear that you have a coffee
Yes.
for veterans.
Yes.
Hanks. Is
Right.
Hanks Coffee?
H-A-N-X. Yes.
H-A-N-X. Is it
It is.
a shot of
You have.
a shot of caffeine, or is it smooth and
I
kind
find
like the
that
real
there's
Tom
nothing.
Hanks?
Taking my cue from corporate America, I find that there's nothing wrong with trying to get people just to try just once a legal addictive stimulant
Yes.
that tastes good and that they might want to do it again. It is. I've worked with some really great, fabulous coffee roasters and suppliers down in Little Rock, Arkansas. And it is of coffee. Eventually, it will be. Right now, it's direct to consumers, but every single penny goes to support various veterans organizations.
I like that. Why the coffee business? It
'Cause
feels like every other celebrity's in some kind of alcohol business.
Well, okay. I don't want to be responsible for that. I would like to be responsible for people waking up and enjoying some good conversation with a cup of good fresh Joe. Various flavors. So if you want to get exotic, you can, but then if you just want a good solid blast of Morning Joe, I happen to like a little malt in my coffee. And the desire is just look. You're going to buy coffee, right? Well, sample ours. It's because I'm going to tell you right now. This is what I've always wanted. Hey, that's good coffee. That's what it'll do for it.
He never has a second cup at home.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right. I'm going to tell you right now, Savannah Guthrie. If a doctor said to me, Tom, you have to give up coffee, otherwise it's going to cost you your life, I would say bye-bye, because I am not living without a good cup of coffee.
100%. I have a friend at work who quit caffeine, and I said, why? Why would you take away one of life's simple pleasures?
Hello, that's like saying you shall never have spaghetti again. Look, I'm not going to live on spaghetti, okay, but I'm going to have it on occasion.
How do I find that coffee?
Oh, you just go to hanksforourtroops.something. Right?
You're terrible at this.
Listen, I'm not a corporate sponsor. I'm just a guy that invented it. It's a totally different thing. They invented, yes. Yeah. I invented this coffee.
You invented coffee.
You see.
Not only is he nice, he invented coffee.
What
can't you do?
I invented the idea of getting up in the morning and having a cup of coffee.
Oh my God, on this shift, I
Copyright.
need it. Are you the guy that bought the espresso machine for the White House press corps?
Yeah, I've been doing that for a few years.
Oh, it's so nice. It goes back to my days.
Is it still there? We should find.
Well, I
does
haven't
it still
been there
work?
in a while. It did, but that was I left in 2011.
I think we've done it like 3 times down there
so
because
nice.
of the way it visited back.
Well, now you should send Hanks coffee.
Hello.
Okay, just saying.
It's all done. Hanks for our troops.
Hanks for our troops. Yes. I get it, like Hanks, like thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, sorry,
Right.
I'm a little slow, but I got it now.
Okay.
Whew.
Well, you've been up since 4:30 in the morning.
4.
When do you first see your children?
In the afternoon when I pick them up from school.
Oh my!
I'm not going to
Lord.
wake them up at that hour. My husband would kill me.
Are you not sleeping in the car waiting for him to come
Yeah,
out?
but then I have a whole routine now, and I try to go home and take a power nap, and then I have another cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Honey, that is great coffee. Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of
man,
asking
yeah,
who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
So, listen, without giving away too much, and I know you won't, what is Nope about?
It's about a lot of things. And I think, you know, the first notion that I latched onto when I was writing this movie was this idea of making a spectacle, making something people would have to see.
Right here, you are going to witness an absolute spectacle. So what happens next? You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready? Here we go.
And I felt like I was fighting for cinema. I was fighting for the theatrical experience when I was writing this film. So it's about spectacle. And from there, I explored that and started to sort of uncover what I think is like the dark side of our relationship with spectacle.
You could make the argument, I watched it last night, you could make the argument that the film, at least on its face, seems to be about this idea that spectacle can consume us, does consume us, quite literally in some cases. Is that part of what we were going for?
I mean, we are, I like what you did. Look, this is a society of the spectacle. And I think that the idea of spectacle harms us in many ways, whether it's something we are so obsessed by that we give it too much power because it has a spectacular nature to it, or if it's because we use the spectacle to distract ourselves from the truth. We have this very dark relationship with it, and I think about bottlenecking, right? When we're driving, when we're in traffic and there's an accident, and that traffic slows down, it's because everybody's sneaking a peek at that awful spectacle, and it's slowing everybody down. And so that, I latched onto that and said, let's make a movie about that.
This would be an opportunity. I'm talking rich and famous for life.
There's plenty of videos of flying online.
Ain't nobody gonna get what we gonna get.
What we gonna get?
The money shot.
It's about human nature.
Yeah, all my films are about human nature and about something that I fear is part of our DNA and scares me. And it's something that I share with us, but I feel like it hasn't been sort of pinpointed yet.
I read in an interview recently that you maintain this is not a film that could have been made 5 years ago. Why not?
I think there's, you know, a lot of reasons. You know, I think from from the standpoint of you know, representation, I think this idea of, you know, letting a Black director put his vision into a film and commit to it, and into a, you know, the Great American Flying Saucer film. You know, let's put it this way. 5 years ago, I didn't think they would ever let me do that. And so and then even, you know, on the technological front, you know, I worked with cinematographer Hoyte van Hoytema, who is absolute legend, and some of the techniques we developed on this to achieve spectacle have never been attempted before, and so I'm just very proud of what we pulled off in that way.
A couple times I'm watching, I'm thinking, this is expensive. This is really expensive. They gave Jordan Peele the checkbook, and I'm like, go do what you want.
Hey, you know, yeah. I mean, look, that's another piece of this puzzle is that, you know, so much of my career before I became a director was, you know, marred with this internalized sense that I could be allowed to do that no one would ever trust me with money, you know, enough money to do my vision the way they would trust other people. I felt that was true, and so here I am, Universal Studios. They've proven me wrong.
Get Out, the social commentary on race is obvious.
We have to wait for the tram to go by.
Yes, these are folks who are going to be coming to see.
This is monumental. This is what I'm about. This is what it's about right here.
We should have
right now.
Them over.
They think that I am.
Jordan Peele.
Yeah.
Mr. Peel, it's his set.
Welcome. Welcome.
They'll come back next week.
They'll think I'm an animatronic that's just here, and they'll come back.
So, Get Out, obviously, I mean, the social commentary there on race is it's pretty obvious.
Do you find being African American has more advantage or disadvantage in the modern world?
It's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
And I think you can make the argument that Us is sort of about what human beings, like what we're capable of, the sinister nature of our behavior. This doesn't seem to be as much about race. Is that by design?
Yeah, it's certainly not as much about Get Out, where, the very fabric of the plot machinations were about, this racial dynamic. I feel like it's impossible to make a movie with people of color in it and have it not be about race. I mean, hell, I think it's impossible to make any movie without it being about race because, race is all around us. I think what is interesting and sort of where the notion of Nope and the title came from, which on one hand is, something that Black people recognize as our point of view in horror situations, is this acknowledgement of this thing we're talking about, where you can't have Black people in a flying saucer film and just have it be the same experience. It's not. There's a different relationship. No. And this film is also, which takes place in the outskirts of Hollywood, or the industry of the spectacle, is also so wrapped up with this idea of representation and erasure, which those themes are in there, but to your point, it's an adventure and a horror spectacle about human nature. I think, as we talk about spectacles, it becomes abundantly clear that all the themes and characters in this movie interact or represent the media in some way, and or some faction of it. And obviously, the nucleus of the media I'm sort of examining here is Hollywood, and the selling of dreams, the selling of nightmares, the selling of illusion. That's in the cornerstone of the piece.
But it's not just an indictment of Hollywood. I mean, there are a couple moments in the film where it's sort of an indictment of us, of journalism.
Yeah. Any time that we're going to make money off of the human need to see something crazy, that to me is what I call spectacleization. And I'm a guilty party. Yeah. You're a guilty party. We kind of all are in some ways, whatever side we're all on it, and that's kind of the point.
We are, by the way.
Okay, here we go.
This is a big deal.
This is a
because Jordan Peele has been memorialized.
Memorialized?
On
Does that happen after?
You've got Jaws, you've
I'm
got
just-
Back to the Future.
Yeah, but
you
I'm
don't have a
still-
lot of sets. But I mean, well, that's true. That's a good point. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know
Like,
what
this is
you
a
mean.
big
Yeah,
deal.
this is good.
This
I'm here.
is your set.
So this, if I can tell you about
I would love
the
that.
space.
Yeah.
I know you saw the film, but this is Jupiter's Claim, which is a theme park owned by a former child star, Ricky Juke Park, played by Steven Yeun. It is in the vision of the movie Kid Sheriff that he was in as a child in the mid-90s. I don't know if you remember that film, Kid Sheriff.
I do not.
Okay, well,
I'll
it's
put it-
real. And here we are. And obviously, you know, there's more to meets the eye than here. So, you know, if you're going to when you're going to see Nope, so there is another layer to what happens here.
You don't want to give away too much.
Don't want to give away too much, but
But you could make the argument that this is a centerpiece of the film, the Star Lasso experience. We won't tell folks exactly.
we won't tell people what happened
what
there.
happened here.
But something did happen there. Something did occur. And yeah, here we are. No, I mean, look, you know, it's a UFO movie, and yeah, there is a something about this world that to juxtapose the sort of uncanny valley world of this sort of mom and park theme park, right in the middle of a sort of UFO hotspot. It was just the kind of juxtaposition that was very me, I thought.
If someone had said to you 10, 15, 20 years ago that Jordan Peele, one of his films would have permanent space here on the lot at Universal, what would you have said?
I would have said, well, then it would have worked. My plan would have worked.
This is part of the grand plan all along.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I knew to really dream this big, but I did. I did. I mean, when I first came to Universal Studios as a kid, I was very enamored with very enamored with movie making, and the idea of being in a space where people actually make movies, and I just want to, and so, to have a home on a lot, let alone this lot, is just very special to me.
Michael Abels, he of course scored this one. He scored Get Out. He scored Us. I interviewed him a few months ago. I've been a fan of his work for a long time, and he told the story of when you called to invite him on that first project. He thought you were punking him. What is it about Michael and his style that has led you guys to work together so much?
Well, it's so funny that he thought I was punking him because I had never directed a film when I first reached out to him on Get Out. And what I loved about his style is he has an ability to create new genres of music. And he can do it many times. You can sort of describe a new flavor of music and he can achieve that.
They took him. They took him all.
I gotta get out this house. I'm trying to save you. My brother is out there.
And that's how I want my films to feel. I want it to feel like something you've never experienced. And so, that's what he does. He's like a Shaolin monk.
You know? That's a great, and masterful. The music last night, not to give away too much, but I feel like when you watch and you listen to a Jordan Peele film now, that it's a Jordan Peele film. Like that's become one of the hallmarks of it.
I love that. I love that. I spend a lot of time just focusing on this responsibility of trying to be a mirror for what comes in, and so to hear at the end people say that they can see me in there, in the cross section of these things, they sort of see me. I feel like, yeah, you do.
Daniel Kaluuya, you guys have become quite the dynamic duo. We came to know him and Get Out. We see him again here. What is it about working with Daniel that makes it so special?
Daniel, I've said it before, I'll say it again. He's my favorite actor to watch and to work with as well. We have a special. I believe he has this with any director he has this with, but we have a shorthand that is just. It's just the dream as a director that you can have somebody and with very little words. It's like siblings, with very little words. We can come up to each. We walk up after a scene. I can be like, that thing, but what? Yep. It's like one of those silent conversations, and he's so committed. He's so focused, such a professional. Yeah, man, that's my star.
I want to talk about something. I want to ask you whether something informs your work, and if so, how it does. You are a biracial man in America, white mom, black father. And some of the themes that we've seen emerge in your films, it would seem from the outside, it would seem to be that worldview informs your movie making in a somewhat pronounced way. Is that accurate? And if so, how?
My race, I think, has informed my entire artistic journey. And part of it has been trying to reconcile the box and the boxes that the country puts people of color in. And trying to break out of that box, those boxes, whatever, and trying to identify, what does this mean? What? And so I think from an early on, you see this pattern in my work. It is about digging into those boxes so I can shed them and break out of them. And so, ever since I kind of started on that mission, I got into this pattern of just like, look, if I see a box, I'm gonna break it. If I see something I'm not supposed to do, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna figure out how to make it work.
When people leave the theater after they see this film, what do you want them to be thinking about? Not to think, but what do you want them to be thinking about?
That's a great question. This is their turn. This is their time for their end of the conversation. I think if I had too clear of an idea of what I wanted them to be thinking about, I think I feel like I wouldn't be having the conversation with the audience. That's up to them. I want to know what they, like I said, I feel like with Nope, we described a feeling, and we portrayed a feeling. And we brought a sense of magic and adventure out of what was a very dark place and very dark time. And so I hope that they're just fulfilled and glad they went out to see it at an IMAX, which, by the way, IMAX.
You used IMAX cameras for this, I read.
Oh yeah, we used IMAX cameras.
Again, very expensive.
Oh, very expensive stuff. You can't just, you know, but it makes it's. I think it's the best way to watch the film.
Yeah.
And the format is just immersive.
It is.
The whole thing with me is like, I wanted to make a flying saucer movie because I just felt like if we can feel like we are in the presence of something other, if we feel like that's real, then that's just an immersive experience worthy of going to the movies.
When Get Out came out, I read that at the time you said you had 3 or 4 more films like that of the horror genre. You had 3 of those, 4 of those, you had them in your pocket. But as you sit here now, you say there more.
So you weren't supposed to say it?
Did I give it away? Oh no.
No, you good. Look, I've got more. I'm not gonna have just one more film.
Okay.
I've got more now. No, it's
of the horror genre.
You know, it's funny you bring up the horror genre. I would say yes, because I'm always gonna be having, you know, scary things in my film. But I do like this, you know, I do like expanding. And I like working with the comedy. I like working with the adventure. Yeah. You know, genre is a thing to subvert.
You like to bend the genre.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that because there were a few times last night where I thought, oh, this is funny, this is thrilling, do you consider this a horror film?
Well, like I said, I think it's no. I do consider it a horror film in that horror it's my favorite genre, and I hope it honors horror. I hope it's scary enough to make people talking about Nope. You know, at the same time, I want people to feel some other things besides fear as well. Let's put it that way.
Hard to believe Keke Palmer is only 28 years old. Since her acting debut in Barbershop 2 nearly 20 years ago, Keke has appeared in more than 60 TV shows and movies.
Keke's starring in Jordan Peele's thriller Nope. She plays Emerald, who may have captured footage of a UFO, which she and her brother are hoping to cash in on. Take a look.
We don't just go for the quick cash in, okay? We go to the most credible platform to do the story.
What's that, like Oprah?
Yeah, like Oprah, for example. After that, everybody want in.
Well, I'm saying there's plenty of videos of flying online. I saw one the other day that wasn't on Oprah.
I didn't say Oprah. You said Oprah. You love Oprah. Like, all I'm saying is all that online is fake. low quality. Ain't nobody gonna get what we gonna get.
What we gonna get?
The shot.
What shot?
The shot. The money shot. Undeniable, singular, the Oprah shot.
The Oprah shot?
The Oprah shot. Come on out, Kiki.
Yeah.
So good to see you guys. So happy you're here.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for having
Congratulations.
Get the.
me. You give a little French moment.
Okay, first of all, you're looking beautiful.
Shout out to Wayman and Micah and Christopher John Rogers.
Yes, he's such a talent, and so are you. I got
Thank
to
you.
watch this film, which had me like both terrified and also laughing.
Yeah.
First of all, Jordan Peele is a crazy talent.
Yes.
He is.
But you are effervescent in this. You shine so bright. What did it feel like to be part of it?
Thank you so much. I mean, it feels so much fun. I mean, obviously, I'm a huge fan of Jordan, and this is like a different type of film that he's done before. The style is just really unique, but there's always this big, overwhelming message. So for me, I was just focused on making sure that I was able to, do what I needed to do to get the story told.
Yeah. Now, a lot of what's been pointed out about this film, it's about what could be. How does this come out in this film?
Oh man, I think that's the whole spectacle concept, right? There's something that the two lead characters, myself and Daniel's brother and sister, they discover something in the sky. Yeah. And then they're on this journey, both for different reasons, of finding out what is it exactly. Daniel's character OJ just is curious, and then my character is kind of like, how can we get ahead of this? How can we exploit this? And through that journey, it's really just kind of more so an observation of how many of us in today's society are obsessed with outside things, validation, exploiting, getting everything on footage, Yeah.
So, but let's be real. Kiki's in her backyard having a cocktail with her homegirls, and she sees a UFO. Who is Kiki calling first?
Honey, aside from talking to the girls that I'm with, I'm calling my mama. I'm on here to Sharon on the line. Sharon, you'll never believe what I just seen. That's always what goes down.
We have to talk about your mom. We have this picture of you all in front of the Nope billboard somewhere, hopefully. But also, I've read so much about how she's there we are.
Yes.
Like how she made you feel like you could do anything.
Absolutely. My mother, my family they've been such a great support system for me. And my mom specifically, she and I both were always on this kind of road together, thick as thieves, battling throughout every ups and downs of this industry. And so just for us to continue to have these new moments, even after 20 years, I think we're just feeling so blessed.
I read your Glamour cover story, which was so profound because you talked about saying no.
Yeah.
And the power of it. And also like that you feel comfortable now being like, listen, like I'm gonna put up my own boundaries.
Yeah.
Like how has that changed?
I think it could just get hard for us, right? I mean, especially as a child entertainer, you just always want to be so agreeable.
Yes.
I think it's a part
of woman.
And you know what I mean? I think it's a part of maturing and saying, it's okay to say no, I can't do this. And it's like a big part of self-love and also knowing that you can give your best. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's the way that I help myself transition to understanding that it's okay to say no, is that at the end of the day, all I want to do is do my best. And if I'm giving too much and I'm spread too thin, then how can I give my best?
Yes.
So that really made it easy for me to say, just say no, girl.
Yeah.
But how do you because I know a lot of actors in Hollywood go into it like this could be the last job.
Yeah. Exactly.
And how do you get over that fear of like if you take a break that it's not going to come back?
Well, I'll tell you, I think it's just faith. It's faith, and that's something that we all are on our own personal journeys with, whether it's a spiritual thing or just faith in yourself and to know that what's for me is truly for me. I remember there was something that Daniel said recently, I think it was a GQ or Essence that he was talking to, about how he had, thought he was going to take a break from acting right before he did Get Out.
Yeah.
And he took that break and then he met with Jordan, ended up doing Get Out, and so I think it's, again, everybody should follow their instincts and know that if it's time for you to take a break, take a break. Just know that what's for you is always going to be for you.
Yes. And do you feel like, you said in this article that you're sort of in this next phase of your life, where you want to be with your nephews and your nieces, and you're thinking about like your personal life in a way that you've never thought about it before.
Absolutely, because again, I started so young, and kind of it's like a kid that starts doing football, or basketball. This is all I care about.
Yeah.
But then as time goes on, you get more interests. You think about love. You think about family. You think about, I missed a graduation, or I missed so you start.
No, Kiki, don't get baby fever around those kids. Okay.
So it's so true that you start caring about things that you really didn't, you didn't look at before. And I think, again, it's about balance.
Yes.
I think that's what I want more than anything in my life, is to have the balance of all the things I want.
Yeah.
Ooh, so you're going to show us a picture of that man in the commercial break?
Oh, my God.
What you going to do, guys?
It's so much fun.
I won't let her throw her life away. We need to trick her into dumping him. As much as this will pain us both, we have to call a truce to make this work.
You have to be in lockstep.
Did you make a pact to not murder each other until you murder me first?
We are here for you, my love.
Yes, we're in lockstep.
Ticket to Paradise is Julia and George's first romantic